The Honjo Masamune is the ultimate samurai sword. In Japan, it's regarded as a national treasure, a thing of beauty, shaped by fire, a thing of power, born of water. Forged centuries ago by master swordsmith Masamune.
If it's a Masamune, it's almost like having crown jewels.
Proven in battle for centuries. Legend tells of a just blade, discerning and honorable. It was venerated as the hereditary sword of power by the ruling shoguns. Passed from generation to generation for 700 years. But in the aftermath of the Second World War, it disappeared.
It is the vanished embodiment of Japanese tradition and an object of great desire.
Records tell us a mysterious US sergeant took it to be destroyed. But some say he saved it and took it home to America. Now worth millions of dollars, experts believe it may still be out there.
I still somehow feel that it still does exist, possibly unrecognized.
This is the story of the ancient legendary Honjo Masamune, lost sword of the samurai. In the late 13th century, the rulers of Kamakura province near Tokyo had a serious problem. The invading Mongol hordes of Kublai Khan. Under the onslaught, their weapons simply weren't up to the task.
When the Mongol invasion happened, Japanese swords were nice, slender, beautiful-looking things, but they broke on the Mongol armour.
To solve this problem, they turned to swordsmith Nayudo Masamune. Masamune's task was to redesign the Japanese sword to withstand the armor and kill the Mongol invaders. Masamune developed techniques that have never been surpassed. First, Masamune beat red-hot high-carbon steel into a thick rectangular billet. Then cutting and folding it again and again, he forged a blade composed of over 30,000 layers. To the thick back edge and the thin cutting edge, he gave very different properties. And these were born not from the heat of the fire, but how the steel cooled in water.
The cutting edge, because it hardened quickly, is very, very hard, almost as hard as glass, but it's brittle.
The thicker, heavier back edge gave up its heat more slowly. This changed the structure of the iron itself, making it far less hard but more flexible than the vulnerable sharp edge.
The back, because it cools slowly, is tough and malleable, and it supports and stops that brittle edge cracking.
In battle, the thin edge was used offensively to cut. It is rigid and razor sharp, and the back used defensively as a shield. Its flexible spine absorbing impact. But to withstand the Mongol armor, Masamune also made his blades broader from edge to back for strength, the point longer to pierce, and the hardened edge deeper to aid repair. And so, Masamune brought the samurai sword to the peak of perfection, exemplified by the Honjo Masamune. Not just a weapon, but a work of art, an object of beauty. And Masamune's name still resonates throughout Japan today.
He's known to school children in Japan. They might know nothing else about Japanese swords, but his name is known.
Over the centuries, many legends have grown up about the great Masamune and the magical qualities of his swords. One of Masamune's pupils thought that after many years' training, he had surpassed his master. To test the quality of their respective blades, they suspended them in a stream. The student's blade was so sharp that it cut leaves and twigs, everything in its path. Masamune's blade, just as sharp, cut nothing. The student claimed victory, but a bystander disagreed. He observed that Masamune's blade did not cut needlessly. It was discerning and honorable, a just blade.
Masamune is generally given the titles Goro Nayudo, which have Buddhist implications, suggesting he was of the priesthood, or at least a devout follower of Buddha.
His finest work, the Honjo Masamune, was primarily a weapon for cutting human flesh. And the samurai would develop a very practical method for testing blades.
For a fee, an official tester would use a blade on a corpse from the execution grounds and report back to the owner on how it cut and how it behaved and how many bodies and which particular part of the body to cut.
The edge was sharp and the back strong, but yet another key property made the sword so deadly: its curve.
Swords were made curved because they cut flesh better when they're curved. There's a slicing action that's automatically built into the cut.
There are diagrams which show the various cuts that were tested.
The easiest was to chop through a wrist or an ankle. The most difficult would be through the pelvic girdle or the shoulder girdle, and diagonally down through the rib cage, cuts like that.
As a permanent record, the test results would be carved into the sword's tang under the mounted grip.
It shows that these swordsmiths had a great concern, not only just for the look of their swords, but of the effectiveness of their swords.
History doesn't record precisely when Masamune drew from his furnace the greatest blade he ever made, the Honjo Masamune. Around the year 1300 is the closest anyone can say. Nothing is known of its early life or battles, who wore it proudly in his belt, or who inherited it over the centuries. Such a fine sword would have played an important part in the rigid social structure of feudal Japan, in which everyone knew their place.
At the top was the shogun, who was if you like, a military dictator. Below him would be various large landowners.
The powerful landowning lords, the daimyos, were protected by the knightly class, the samurai. The name literally means one who serves.
The soul of a samurai is to serve. The soul of a samurai is to wait. The soul of a samurai is to follow his lord, until such time as his lord may want him.
The sword was an essential part of a samurai's dress, the uniform of his class. The long sword was a large part of who he was.
The sword was something more than just a weapon. It was his most prized possession. It was described as the soul of the samurai.
The sword was an important thing for the samurai because it was their badge of rank. It was their status symbol, if you like.
Just as a samurai's life belonged to his lord, lives of those with a lower rank, farmers and peasants, belonged to him.
The samurai were allowed to to cut down anybody without any excuse. If you insulted me and you were a peasant, I could just cut you down and that was it.
The Honjo Masamune first enters recorded history when, 300 years after it was made, it got its name. In the 16th century, in battle, General Honjo Shigenaga was attacked by an enemy with Masamune's masterpiece. The sword had already claimed a number of trophy heads that day, but General Honjo Shigenaga prevailed, and finally victorious took the sword as his prize. From then on, it bears his name, Honjo Masamune. Soon afterwards, General Shigenaga was ordered to Fushimi Castle. But short of money, he sold the now priceless sword for 13 large gold coins. At today's gold prices, around £2,500. It was now that the Honjo Masamune was transformed from a valued weapon to priceless symbol of absolute power. The superlative sword became the ultimate gift to pass up the social ladder to nobles of ascending rank as a token of esteem. Eventually, it was received in tribute by warlord Tokugawa Ieyasu. With the Honjo Masamune at his side, Tokugawa Ieyasu was about to change the course of Japanese history. Japan was being torn apart by civil war. Daimyo against daimyo, samurai against samurai, each fighting loyally for his lord to the death. Finally, in 1603, Tokugawa Ieyasu amassed enough military power to seize overall control. He made the emperor a mere figurehead. Ieyasu himself would rule all Japan as military dictator. He would be the shogun.
Japan was at war for 150 years between the 15th and the 16th centuries. And the great Tokugawa achievement is to make peace break out, if you like.
The Tokugawa shoguns brought 250 years of peace to Japan. And their ceremonial sword was the Honjo Masamune. Over the centuries, the hereditary sword of the shoguns was passed from generation to generation. Even after the Tokugawas fell from power in 1868, the great sword continued to be handed down within the aristocratic family into the 20th century. In 1939 in Tokyo, it was designated a Japanese national treasure, a survivor of 700 years of turbulent history. It was only in the upheaval of the Second World War that the mystery of the Honjo Masamune begins, when it disappeared. Japan entered World War II in 1941 with a surprise attack on the US Navy anchored at Pearl Harbor, Hawaii. As Japan poured millions of troops into battle, the High Command boosted recruitment and morale by fostering the ideals of Japan's ancient past, Bushido, the way of the warrior, and the heroic exploits of the samurai. So they gave out swords.
If you were recruiting people from backgrounds which had no military history whatsoever, the simple act of recruiting them, giving them a sword, or allowing them to wear a sword and carry a sword was, in a way, elevating them in status and giving them a pride.
Every officer, sergeant and corporal had to wear a sword as part of his uniform. The sheer number required was huge. So these modern military swords were not hand-beaten by master craftsmen in the traditional way.
A lot of swords made for officer class were mass-produced from pieces of steel, usually a piece of railway line. A lot were made in factories. All of the swords made for NCOs were mass-produced in factories from ordinary steel.
By the Second World War, there are estimated to have been as many as 2 million swords worn by the Japanese military. The symbolism of the sword continued to be promoted in Japanese propaganda throughout World War II. This pilot on the cover of Japanese propaganda magazine Front in 1943 carries his sword center frame as a symbol of honor, justice, and fighting spirit.
It's a very well-informed, very well-composed, highly artistic, and very effective image. But it's not true. This is not how pilots got into planes. This is staged. But samurai myths about sacrifice become very useful for steeling yourself before you are going to get into the cockpit of a plane in which you are probably going to die.
For the Japanese, war was a fight to the death. The emperor and the government could not countenance surrender. On August the 6th and 9th, 1945, American B-29 aircraft dropped a nuclear bomb on 2 Japanese cities, Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Just 6 days later, the Japanese had to bear the unbearable, think the unthinkable. They surrendered.
Across the radio comes the voice of the Emperor, which nobody's heard before. And it's a very strange voice, it's a very high voice, it's a very weak voice. He's talking in a language that most of them don't understand. But the message is clear. We've lost.
At the end of the Second World War, the average Japanese person would have been totally devastated by having suffered defeat, a loss of face. But on the other hand, the war was over, and the hardship they'd been through, the firebombing, the starvation, was finished.
Not for the first time in Japanese history, the emperor had to move aside for a powerful shogun. Shogun is a very old title in Japanese history. It means not just military commander, but supreme dictator. And the man the United States sent to rule occupied Japan was certainly that. 5-star General Douglas MacArthur.
You get this tall, white American stepping out of an airplane in a very theatrical way. He's dressed very particularly, his collar is open, you know, and this is the new guy in town. MacArthur was a dictator, and he was the supreme commander. It's a time of chaos, and MacArthur's there to do a very particular job, and he's very aware of the job he's going to do. He's very charismatic, he's very savvy. There's a very famous photograph, for example, of MacArthur standing next to the Emperor in morning coat, looking incredibly formal. MacArthur again with the open shirt collar and towering over him. And of course it's a way of making a very profound statement.
MacArthur officially accepted the Japanese surrender in a ceremony aboard the USS Missouri in Tokyo Bay on the 2nd of September 1945.
It is my earnest hope, and indeed the hope of all mankind, that from this solemn occasion a better world shall emerge out of the blood and carnage of the past.
As soon as the surrender was signed, MacArthur, as Supreme Commander Allied Powers, set to work. He issued SCAP General Order No. 1, the immediate surrender of all Japanese armed forces. MacArthur demanded they cease hostilities and lay down their arms.
At the beginning of the occupation, though, there are two main objectives. The first, the urgent one, is demilitarization. You have to take the stuff away, you have to make sure they don't do it again.
MacArthur's plan was to make sure Japan could never wage war again. Total demilitarization and disarmament were paramount.
They destroyed a lot of honest-to-God modern military material, planes and so on and so forth. They also collected a lot of gunpowder, which of course has its uses. They just collected everything.
MacArthur soon destroyed hundreds of ships and thousands of planes. But what should he do with all those swords? Every Japanese officer, sergeant and corporal carried one at his side. There were millions of them, but MacArthur was determined to collect every one. Not because the swords were a military threat, but because of their enduring symbolic importance.
Certainly, taking away weapons is one way of demonstrating your authority. And of course, the sword is not, in the end, a weapon. It's a symbolic statement about authority. It's the thing that somebody would carry who was in charge. So to take the symbol of authority away is important.
All over the Pacific, surrender ceremonies were organized by the victorious Allies. On parade grounds in Sumatra, Burma, and Malaya, Japanese fighting men suffered the humiliation of surrendering their treasured swords to the Americans.
Your government, regarding military swords as weapons, does not acknowledge the wearing of swords as dress, and we have been ordered to surrender all kinds of swords. Japanese officers are extremely dejected and troubled.
What the Allies didn't realize was that some of the swords were not modern, mass-produced weapons, but handcrafted antiques of great value.
Some families at the beginning of the war who did own swords that had been in the family for many, many generations and possibly had been used in warfare in the distant past, took them to battle, having picked up a tradition that had been going on for centuries of carrying an ancestor's sword into battle.
Surrendering a venerable family heirloom was especially painful.
I cannot help heaving a deep sigh of sorrow in parting with my most beloved sword, my spirit, with which my ancestors went to war, and which my father himself handed over to me when I set out from home for this war, praying for my heroic victory in every action.
Hundreds of thousands of swords were surrendered, but what to do with them? Some were awarded to Allied officers or to civilians who had distinguished themselves in the war effort. To one, a crude, mass-produced blade, to another, perhaps a centuries-old work of art. The Americans didn't know or care. But most of the swords were not given away. They were destroyed. The SCAP instruction for disarmament applied not only to frontline soldiers, but the people of Japan at home too. Even swords in private hands. The Honjo Masamune in the Tokugawa mansion in Tokyo was no exception.
Collect and deliver all arms in the possession of the Japanese civilian population.
All of the swords in Japan were rounded up into centres, usually warehouses or school gymnasiums, and piled high ready for destruction.
The order to collect all swords meant just that. These seizures were indiscriminate. Family heirlooms decorating homes and masterpieces in collections were commandeered as quickly as military blades.
The people who were handling the swords, who were sweeping them up in the dragnet, were quite low-level functionaries, very hard-pressed for time, as low-level functionaries normally are. They're not colonels with an enormous amount of time on their hand. They don't know what they're dealing with.
The owners of swords were instructed to take them to collection points such as police stations. Even the aristocratic Tokugawa family, who as shoguns once ruled Japan, were not exempt. The SCAP instructions were law, and they were ordered to relinquish all their fine swords, including the legendary Honjo Masamune. In Japan, there was outrage. Would they really have to give it up to the Americans, who appreciated nothing of its history or symbolism? Influential people, collectors and museum curators, were soon complaining to SCAP about this assault on the Japanese heritage.
Very quickly they discover that there's blowback, if you like, that they are being indiscriminate and that they're annoying some people. Of course, they learn more very quickly. They learn that some people don't like having their swords taken away. They learn that there are collectors of Japanese swords who have nice collections, which got caught up in the dragnet.
A key figure in trying to save swords like the Honjo Masamune was Dr. Junji Homma of the Tokyo Museum. He met military police commander Colonel Victor C. Cadwell of the US 8th Army, the officer in charge of weapons collection. Dr. Homma explained that some swords were ancient works of an almost forgotten art, like the cathedrals of the West. A vivid symbol that was an extension of the samurai himself, influencing Japanese art and literature. Dr. Homma argued that they were not military weapons at all. Treasures like the Honjo Masamune were art swords.
It was people like Homma who coined the phrase of Japanese art swords in order to save them from destruction by the occupying forces.
It was essential they were preserved because they were part of Japan's historic artistic inheritance. Then this term art sword was devised.
Homma succeeded and convinced Colonel Cadwell that Japanese swords were not simply wartime weapons and should no longer be treated as such. SCAP Instruction 12 tried to clarify the situation.
You are advised that if these swords are the personal property of those officers concerned, they may be retained on condition that henceforth it will be understood that they have no military significance whatsoever, but are household treasures.
But Cadwell didn't have the final word. As late as November the 11th, 1945, contradictory orders were issued by SCAP.
All swords, including privately owned swords, shall be treated as symbols of militarism and destroyed.
As a result, valuable antique blades continued to be swept up.
Sadly, a lot of very fine traditional swords did go into the melting pot.
Some families protected their heirlooms by deceiving the Americans.
Certain families in Japan deliberately acquired what I can only describe as very poor quality swords and hid their better swords because they knew they were going to be taken by the victors.
But the Tokugawa family did no such thing. They took a very different, honorable course and accepted the latest edict from SCAP. Just before Christmas 1945, the last known owner of the Honjo Masamune, Tokugawa Ieyasu, a descendant of the shoguns, obeyed the law and delivered the family's swords to Majiro police station.
The family still does have ownership of it, and so they can do something useful, which is their duty. Because, of course, the symbolic value of the old military family of Japan, the first military family of Japan, giving up the symbol of their authority to the new occupiers in order that Japan can embark on a new path.
Tokugawa Ieyasu handed in 15 swords, bundled all together. And among them was the finest sword ever made, the Honjo Masamune. Mr. Tokugawa never saw the great family sword again. The Honjo Masamune disappeared and entered the realm of conjecture and mystery. The first clue to what became of the lost sword of the samurai appeared in New York 20 years after the end of World War II. The August 1966 edition of Saga, an American adventure and mystery magazine, contained an article listing Japanese national treasures that went missing after the war. The list of 14 swords included the Honjo Masamune. Here in black and white, it recorded that a Sergeant Coldy Bymore of the 7th US Cavalry had collected it from the police station at Majiro. But how reliable was this record? What is undoubtedly true is that the 7th Cavalry patrols were in Tokyo and did make inventories of all arsenals, factories, barracks, and storage depots. They also disposed of munitions and conducted patrols in search of hidden Japanese weapons, including swords. This corroborates the Saga magazine article. The next question is, did Sergeant Coldy Bymore take the sword from the police station? Unfortunately, all police records for the period in question are lost. But there is another source, the Japanese Department of Education. Their records at the time make it clear that the Honjo Masamune certainly was taken from Majiro police station by Sergeant Bymore. But where did he take it? All over Japan, collected swords were piled high in warehouses before being dumped at sea or melted down for scrap iron. In Tokyo, for Sergeant Coldy Bymore, storage was at the Akabane depot. To avoid the destruction of art swords, every blade at Akabane was scrutinized by Dr. Junji Homa's inspection committee. It was a big success. Nearly 5,000 swords were identified as important cultural artifacts and returned to their owners. But the Honjo Masamune was not among them. Was it fed to the furnace and destroyed? Or did Coldy Bymore keep it for himself?
I think it's most unlikely that the Honjo Masamune sword did go into a melting pot. The Tokugawa, having been shoguns of Japan, and hence at the pinnacle of Japanese society, would have had some extremely fine swords. And I'm pretty sure that even the police in the local police station and the sergeant to which they were handed over to would have recognised the quality of the mountings, if nothing else. And therefore, I suspect they were shipped back to America pretty quickly.
What is certainly true is that the American Army operated an official war trophy system. A GI who had taken part in the Pacific War could, with the correct permission slip, take home one enemy gun and one sword as personal souvenirs. Most of these returning men were carrying mass-produced military swords, nothing special. But some GIs unknowingly had centuries-old works of art of great cultural and monetary value. It's very possible that the Honjo Masamune was taken by Coldy Bymore as his personal memento. If this was true, the question then became, when did Sergeant Bymore get shipped home? And did he carry the Honjo Masamune with him? At this point, the trail becomes even more obscured. 7th Cavalry records should reveal when Sergeant Coldy Bymore left Japan and when he arrived home. But the 7th Cavalry Veterans Association lists no one by that name. Does that mean there never was a Coldy Bymore? The facts are more complicated. The Saga magazine article contains another clue. It describes the name Coldy Bymore as phonetic. This indicates it's a translation from English into Japanese. The strange name Coldy Bymore may be inaccurate.
We're moving between languages. We're moving between languages fast on a busy day when there are 100 different things to do by somebody scribbling in a book. So when you hear the name that's come down to us, the first thing that comes to mind is, this isn't an American name. This is a problem of transliteration.
The Japanese have developed phonetic alphabets to help transcode English and other languages. The characters are not words, as in Japanese, but represent particular sounds. It is not precise.
In order to get the sergeant's name down, what the Japanese sergeant would have done would have been to write his name in a Japanese syllabary, an alphabet, but we call it a syllabary, because it's a way of transliterating English into Japanese.
This system of transliteration is far from perfect, as Japanese sounds don't appear in English, and English sounds have no Japanese equivalent. The name may not be Coldy Bymore, but something that sounds a bit like it.
If you think back to that moment when he wrote it down, it sounds something like Gorudi Bymor, or maybe Bimoru, and actually then transcribing back, because it went both ways. So maybe this is Goldie Beamer, maybe this is Cody, maybe this is Biltmore. God knows. When the American sergeant said, "Oh, my name's Goldie Beamer," the Japanese would have said Gorudi Bimaru, and then put it into these characters, which then come back to us in a scrambled form.
So was there a 7th Cavalry Sergeant in Tokyo on the 18th of January 1946 with a name similar to Coldy Bymore? Unfortunately, the scrap records of lowly sergeants have been routinely destroyed. The true name of the sergeant can never be found. But even so, many believe the Honjo Masamune could still turn up. In the years since the war, Americans began to understand the prestige and value of fine Japanese swords properly. President Truman was given a 650-year-old sword in a 350-year-old silk wrapping as a war souvenir. The Allied occupation of Japan continued until 1952, and the influx of swords to America after the Second World War was like a tsunami. For the handful of knowledgeable sword enthusiasts who recognized the characteristics which made a blade great, there was the opportunity to make a lot of money.
I could quite easily buy swords one day for £15 and sell them the next day for £300 or something, which is incredible sort of stuff.
Dealers discovered that hidden in the stream of confiscated weapons, there were historically important swords now scattered all over the US.
In America has still got thousands of swords stashed away in attics, box rooms, garages, which was brought back as trophies and are merely regarded as, oh, Grandad's old sword.
Could the Honjo Masamune be among Grandad's old swords? Since World War II, there have been thousands of ads placed in newspapers all over the US offering to buy Japanese swords. These were the days when a fine collection could still be acquired very cheaply.
In America, especially over the 1970s and 80s, I've heard it termed as the gold rush over there, and people were making fortunes buying, selling swords, and mostly selling them back to Japan.
As this market developed, some important art swords did occasionally turn up. Avid collector Clive Sinclair came by a sword when it surfaced in just this way. Wonderfully preserved, it was made especially for the shogun's chief test cutter.
It turned up in an antique fair, swapped hands for £400. Within half an hour, it's got up to £1,500. And I paid £10,000 for it. And I've spent another £3,000 on it since then. And it's been exhibited in Japan. It's a very good sword.
Could this one day happen to the Honjo Masamune? If it did emerge from someone's attic, how could it be recognized? There is a telltale way of knowing. 700 years ago, when Masamune plunged the hot blade into cold water, he gave birth to a razor-sharp weapon. But he also gave the Honjo Masamune a unique signature.
If a sword turned up that was claimed to be the Honjo Masamune, because it was a national treasure, prior to the war there were very, very accurate drawings made of its shape, the patterning of the hardened edge, which you could use to compare a sword with, to say, yes, it's the same, or no, it isn't.
For centuries, it was customary for an artist to meticulously draw the unique pattern on the edge of a fine sword, the hamon. When in 1939 the Japanese declared the Honjo Masamune a national treasure, such fine detailed drawings of the hamon were made. If the Honjo Masamune ever appeared at an antiques fair or auction, there could be no mistake. Its fingerprints have been taken.
At this point, perhaps the best way of understanding the meaning of that sword is as an artistic object. So it's made by a famous maker, and it has fabulous provenance. If you go to an auction house today, you need something with provenance. You need to know which hands it's passed through.
But any lucky finder in the US would face a catch-22. For a collector to be certain, for its identity to be official, the Honjo Masamune would have to be sent to Japan for shinsa, a rigorous examination by Japanese experts.
The problem with that is, if you live in America and you own this sword and you send it to Japan for shinsa, they won't allow it to be exported again. So you've actually got to give it back to Japan, basically, to get it verified.
So, if anyone did find it, they would have every incentive to keep it secret, for fear of losing it. Whatever the case, the whereabouts of the Honjo Masamune remains a complete mystery to this day. anyone trying to trace it faces huge obstacles. The few clues there are sparse. The identity of the elusive cavalry sergeant is still a mystery. Precisely what happened that day at the Majiro police station may never be known. If only we had the paperwork, a signature, the Honjo Masamune might yet be found. It's one of the ironies of this story that the Honjo Masamune needn't have been handed in at all. If the Tokugawas had only waited just a few months until the law was changed, they could have kept it.
Maybe even 6 months later, it would have been protected. It would still be there. It would probably be somewhere deep in a vault in the Tokyo National Museum. The Honjo Masamune would have become, again, firmly, finally, a national treasure, a national property put on show for the people of the new nation, not as a weapon, as a work of art.
There is another irony. Because it is lost, the Honjo Masamune has been transformed from a historical artifact to a thing of legend.
Maybe the most important fact about this sword is that it's lost. A thing that no longer is there, or a thing that you've never seen, is much more powerful than one that you have close at hand.
The legend will only ever grow stronger until more evidence can establish where it is or whether it has been destroyed.
Unless we see its corpse or something, we'll never know, will we? I mean, unless we see its broken tang or something, we'll never know.
Anyone with a love of Japanese swords can never give up hope.
I still somehow feel that it still does exist, possibly unrecognised, somewhere.
Things usually turn up when somebody dies and heirs go in and discover objects. It could still turn up. If it did, it would be a media spectacle.
It would be wonderful if somebody could find that sword.
While a treasure such as the Honjo Masamune remains lost, stories will be told of its possible location, and people will dream of it, hunt for it. The lost sword of the samurai. In a church in Rome, there's a piece of wood that's been revered for hundreds of years. It's said to be one of the most important Christian relics ever found. Those who believe in it say it's a piece of the true cross, the cross Christ was crucified on.
For Christianity, it's a very important relic because it was hanging on the cross of Christ. It is an authentic relic of the true cross.
But is this piece of wood really part of Christ's cross? Is there any hard evidence to back the claim, or is it a fantasy?
The idea that all of this is necessarily ridiculous and medieval superstition and so on is something we should just suspend judgment on.
This is the story of one man's attempt to prove that the relic in Rome really is an authentic piece of the cross of Christ. Michael Hesseman is a historian. He specializes in religious history. For years, he's been on a quest. He wants to prove the authenticity of a piece of wood he believes is part of the original cross on which Christ was crucified. The so-called true cross.
It is the most important relic of Christianity because it is a silent witness of the crucifixion of our Lord.
Hesemann is not the first person to make such claims for a piece of wood. For hundreds of years, adventurers have brought back what they claim are samples of the true cross. There are dozens of fragments of wood purporting to be from Christ's crucifixion. But Hesemann believes his relic is very different from all the rest. The relic is housed in a church in Rome known as Santa Croce, or the Church of the Holy Cross. It's called the titulus crucis, literally the title of the cross. It's a fragment of a larger piece of wood, which, according to the Bible, was placed above the head of Christ as he hung on the cross. On it are written the words, Jesus of Nazareth, in Hebrew, Greek, and Latin. Some of the exact words recorded in the Bible.
The Gospel, according to St. John, tells us about the title of the cross, and I quote, "And Pilate wrote a title and put it on the cross, and the writing was, Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews."
No one questions such plaques were placed above the heads of those crucified. So if Christ died on the cross, he almost certainly would have had one too.
We know from Roman contemporary sources, Roman historians, but indeed, in most cases, the name of a person sentenced to death and the reason for this penalty were mentioned. And in the case of Christ, it was a very plausible inscription, Jesus of Nazareth, which was the name under which he was known. And the crime was to claim to be the King of the Jews.
For Hesemann, it's this inscription on the relic in Santa Croce that makes it so special. It's the only fragment of wood, he believes, with a credible link to the original cross of Christ.
When I saw it the very first time in the Basilica di Santa Croce in Rome, I was fascinated by the possibility that we do have an authentic, important relic going back towards the events in 30 AD, the sentence of Pontius Pilate, the crucifixion of Christ.
If he's right, it's a potential superstar among Christian relics.
If the title is authentic, we have the only surviving relic of the most important court case in history, the case of Jesus of Nazareth, and the potential to be the oldest written record mentioning the name of Jesus Christ.
15 years ago, Hesemann set out to prove its authenticity. Was there any evidence the fragment of wood he could see in Rome had come from the Holy Land? And if there was, how had it traveled 1,500 miles from the Middle East? The quest for answers would take Hesemann on a long and confusing journey. As Hesemann trawled back through the records, he found the first man to look for relics of the true cross was a Roman. In the 4th century AD, the Emperor Constantine had been struggling to unite the Roman Empire under his control.
The empire is vast. It reaches from Britain in the west, it takes in North Africa, it goes up into Middle Europe, it extends over into Turkey and so on. It's vast. It's also highly diverse. It's got peoples from different nations, different ethnic groups, different religions. And so there's always the possibility of revolution or insurrection.
What Constantine needed was a unifying belief system that would pull the empire together. He had found it in the new religion of Christianity.
It's pretty clear that he's seen in Christianity the possibility of a uniting force, something that can give the empire, across its full range, a common identity.
But to give the new religion popular appeal, Constantine needed symbols. One answer was relics, physical objects that could be traced back to Christ himself. For Masamune, Constantine's search was an obvious place to start his quest. Was there any record that in his hunt for relics all those years ago, Constantine had found the true cross? The trail was nearly 2,000 years old. Masamune's research led him to the work of a man in Sweden. Stephen Borghammar is Professor of Biblical Studies at the University of Lund in southern Sweden. He's drawn together memoirs and biographies from the time and produced an exhaustive account of Constantine's hunt for relics. They tell how the Roman Emperor's 70-year-old mother, Empress Helena, was sent to find the true cross.
By some accounts, Constantine sends Helena off to look for holy places, for relics of Christ's birth, passion, resurrection, ascension into heaven. By other accounts, it is Helena's own initiative.
Whichever version is true, in AD 325, Helena set off on a major expedition. Borghammar's work enabled Masamune to trace the journey in some detail.
The journey started near Constantinople, present-day Istanbul. And if they had taken the land route, they would have gone basically from north to south in present-day Turkey, passing through the Taurus Mountains. And then they would have gone along the coast, basically down to Caesarea, and then by some route up to Jerusalem.
It was a journey of over 700 miles. It would have been tough going for somebody half Helena's age.
It's a long journey, a difficult journey, partly an uncertain journey. And of course, she's not exactly sure what she's going to find when she gets there. So I think we must assume that whatever else may be the case, she's a pretty impressive figure.
Helena's journey in pursuit of relics would be celebrated in paintings and murals. It took her several months. Helena finally arrived in Jerusalem. Here, one of the first places she looked for was the site of Christ's crucifixion.
She asks around. She asks the Christians. She asks some Jews. She asks some Romans. She asks whoever she can. What do we know about this? What's the narrative? Where was the Lord crucified?
She soon learned Christians were already venerating the symbol of Christ's crucifixion, the cross.
From early Christianity onwards, we find traces of the veneration of the cross. We find crosses inscribed on Christian ossuaries in Jerusalem. We found indications that the cross was a sacred symbol of Christianity from the very beginning.
But were there any physical remains of the original true cross? According to popular legend, Helena soon found a man who appeared to know where fragments were buried. But he wouldn't tell. So Helena, in the fashion of the day, ordered him tortured.
She puts him at the bottom of a well for a whole week without food, and then he softens and he says, "Okay, I'll show you the spot."
He took her to what was believed to be the site of the crucifixion. As Hesemann traced the story, he discovered Helena had found a Roman temple to Venus on top of the site.
Helena gives the instruction that the existing Roman temple is to be demolished and that excavations are to begin in search of the site of Christ's crucifixion. So she digs down and she finds a cistern, an area that was part of the water system but long ago dried up. And she finds the remains of 3 crosses.
Three crosses, identical to the account in the Bible which relates that Christ was crucified alongside 2 thieves. For Helena, it must have been a big moment, but also a puzzling one. How could she tell which was the wood of Christ's cross? Digging through records, Hesemann found the answer in an account written at the time. It came from a man known as Ambrose of Milan.
Ambrose of Milan was one of the most highly regarded bishops in the Christian world, in the Mediterranean world, in his lifetime.
Ambrose records that Helena had found among the pieces of wood a vital clue. She hadn't just found beams of wood. Attached to one cross was the titulus crucis, the piece of wood said to have hung above Christ's head.
The account in Ambrose is fairly detailed, telling the whole story of Helena finding the cross and mentioning also that the titulus was found together with it.
Hesemann then found a second corroborating account.
More or less at the same time as Ambrose, a church father called John Chrysostom, who was the bishop of Antioch, mentions this event. He says that the authenticity of the cross was proved because the titulus was still attached to it, it was sticking to it.
This is what Hesemann was looking for. Here was clear evidence that Helena had found the original true cross. And the proof was she'd also found the titulus crucis, the piece of wood Hesemann could see in the church in Rome.
As a historian working with the original sources, I have no doubt at all that the finding of the true cross under St. Helena in Jerusalem in 325 AD was a historical fact. Indeed, the titulus helped her to be sure that these pieces of wood found were indeed remains and relics of the crucifixion of Christ and not just of any other crucifixion.
But is any of this story really true? Had Helena even been to Jerusalem? One piece of proof was a very solid celebration of her achievement. To mark the site of her success in finding the true cross, she built a church. It's called the Church of the Holy Sepulchre. Today, it's one of Jerusalem's most visited and important holy places. Masamune had traced the first link in his hunt to prove the authenticity of the titulus crucis. He'd found strong evidence for its discovery. The next task was to find the link between Helena's discovery and the fragment of wood in Rome, over 1,000 miles away. Masamune worked his way through the various accounts. He discovered that soon after finding the cross, Helena had divided the relics.
The early church historians mention that the findings were divided, that she sent a part of the wood of the true cross, a part of the nails, she found 3 nails, to her son in Constantinople. A part remained in Jerusalem, and the 3rd part was taken to Rome.
One of the best witnesses to this distribution of relics was Cyril, the 4th century bishop of Jerusalem.
Cyril of Jerusalem mentioned in a letter that the true cross was divided in so many parts that it filled the earth, the face of the earth.
Masamune found 4th and 5th century records of the true cross reaching Gaul, North Africa, Asia Minor, and Syria. And he also found something that would prove critical to his quest. Helena had not just divided up the wood of the cross. She'd also cut up the titulus crucis itself, simply chopped it into several pieces. Exactly how many bits remains uncertain. But there's a good account of what became of at least one piece in Jerusalem. Some 60 years after Helena's triumph, it was seen by a Spanish pilgrim. She was called Egeria.
She tells how on one particular day there was a celebratory event in which a box was produced. The Bishop of Jerusalem, assisted by some presbyters, or we might now think of kind of priest figures, attended this. The box was open, and revealed within it were parts of the cross and the titulus itself.
Egeria says she has seen it, and she is, generally speaking, a good witness to things and persons and events. She seems to be very reliable.
Here was further proof the true cross had been found and had survived. But Masamune also found something else. Helena had kept one piece of the relic for herself. Masamune now made another crucial link in the story. In Rome, he found accounts that suggested Helena had brought some of the relics home with her.
When St. Helena returned to Rome, she brought 3 relics, a large fragment of the true cross, half of the titulus crucis, and one of the nails found.
It seems Helena never intended these relics for public display. They were destined for her private palace. In the second half of the 4th century AD, Helena died. Her sarcophagus is in St. Peter's in Rome. It's decorated with highlights from her life. She was canonized and is often depicted with a cross. Masamune had completed the next link in his quest. He had traced the titulus from Jerusalem to Rome. But at this point, the trail gets murky. What had become of the relic after Helena's death? Masamune now needed to find new sources of evidence. He turned to church records in Rome. Here he found that Helena had donated her relics, including the titulus crucis, to the Pope, Sylvester I.
When St. Helena died, she passed on in her testament her palace with everything which was in it, including her private chapel and the relics.
Several years after her death, the Pope built a new church on top of her palace. He called it the Church of Santa Croce, or the Holy Cross.
If you go to Rome, you can still see the walls of the Roman palace incorporated into the basilica.
But as Masamune searched further, the records were tantalizingly vague. There seemed to be no mention of the relics themselves. Then the story became even more confused. Reading through church records, Masamune found that 800 years after Helena's death, in the 12th century, the Church of Santa Croce had undergone extensive restoration. But again, the records made no mention of the relics, or even if they still existed. The trail seemed to have gone completely cold. But then there was a breakthrough. Checking church archives, Masamune came across an account dating from 1492 of repair work on the ceiling of Santa Croce.
In the part which originally was the chapel, the private chapel of Sancta Helena, they removed the mosaics which were falling down and found a brick with an inscription, titulus crucis. Of course, they removed this brick, and behind they found a box. They removed it, they found the seal of a cardinal from the 12th century, from 1144. And they broke the seal. They opened it and they found the piece of wood with the inscription in 3 languages, Jesus of Nazareth. The fragment of the titulus crucis, the fragment of the inscription of the cross.
It was an extraordinary discovery. The first confirmed sighting of the titulus crucis for over 1,000 years. Masamune now put together what must have happened. When the church had been restored in the 12th century, the relics must have been packed away in the roof, where they'd remained until their discovery in 1492. Masamune was back on the trail of the titulus. Or was he? The discovery raised another question. If it was genuine, why would one of the most important Christian relics of all time remain hidden in the roof of a chapel? Hesemann puzzled over what might have happened at Santa Croce. Finally, he came up with an answer.
In the early Middle Ages and late antiquity, it was normal not to expose relics for public veneration, but to hide them in the walls of a church, because they believe that it sanctifies the entire church.
In Hesemann's judgment, the very fact that the titulus crucis had remained hidden away lent it even greater authenticity.
Who is creating a complicated fake to hide it in a wall? Not to expose it, not to show it, not to tell people, look what we have, to attract pilgrims during the holy years in Rome. Not to collect donations from the pilgrims, not to expose it for public veneration, but to hide it in a wall. This doesn't make sense at all to me.
Whatever the truth, Hesemann found that in 1492, the church authorities put the titulus crucis on public display, where it's remained ever since. Hesemann had successfully linked the titulus crucis in Rome back to the Holy Land. Yet some links in the story were still uncertain. In particular, the link between the titulus arriving in Rome and its discovery by workmen in the 15th century was weak. What he needed was definitive evidence that would link the relic in Rome with Helena's discovery of it, 1,200 years earlier. Hesemann now embarked on a close scrutiny of the fragment of the titulus itself.
The titulus crucis is a piece of brown nutwood, 25 by 14 centimeters in size, 700 grams in weight. And it is obviously the right-hand corner of something bigger because we have a high degree of decay on the top on the right and the lower side, but a very clear cut on the left.
That cut was crucial. It matched exactly the account of Helena cutting up the titulus crucis. Hesemann then looked at the text. It was written, like Hebrew, from right to left. This suggested it might well have been inscribed by a native of Jerusalem.
It has 3 lines of inscription in Hebrew, in Greek, and in Latin, all giving the same information, Yeshu Hanozri, I.Nazarenus, I.Nazarenus, the name of Jesus of Nazareth.
The colouring was also typical of the Roman era in Palestine.
The letters have remains of black color inside, and the brown wood was covered with the remains of white chalk. So obviously it was originally black and white. And this is typical for Roman wood tablets in general. They make the colorization so it's better readable.
But it was the words on the titulus crucis that particularly attracted Hesemann's attention. There are 2 biblical accounts of the words on the titulus. The first comes from the Gospel of Luke. He says the order was Greek on top, then Latin, then Hebrew. The second account comes from the Gospel of John. He reports the order as Hebrew first, then Latin, then Greek. But the order on the actual titulus is different from both. It goes Hebrew, then Greek, then Latin. This was the first puzzle. More puzzling still, there were variations in the spelling of the word Nazareth.
In all Latin translations of the Gospel according to John, it is written Nazarenus, but here on the titulus it is written Nazarenus with an I instead of an E.
For Hesemann, these errors were highly significant.
No forger would ever make spelling mistakes in a forgery.
They led him to conclude they were vital clues that proved the authenticity of the titulus crucis.
There are too many freedoms, there are too many differences from the information we have in the Gospel. No forger would take the freedom to change the spelling, to change the order, even to write from right to left. This all indicates that it was a spontaneous creation and not an elaborated fake. And that's why I believe it was indeed the original inscription of the cross of Jesus of Nazareth.
In other words, for Hesemann, the very fact that the writing on the titulus was different from the version in the Gospels proved it was authentic. A forger would never make such basic mistakes. But that left one final question. Could an inscribed piece of wood really have survived nearly 2,000 years? The answer came, unexpectedly, from Roman remains in Britain, Hadrian's Wall. In 1973, archaeologists digging at the Roman fort of Vindolanda found nearly 2,000 handwritten tablets made of slivers of wood. They dated from the time of Christ. They had been beautifully preserved in waterlogged soil where there was almost no oxygen present. Oxygen encourages decay. The conditions were almost identical to those in which the titulus crucis is thought to have been found.
You can ask if a piece of wood can survive 2,000 years, and the answer is of course. Especially if the tradition is true, that the remains, that the 3 crosses were found in an old cistern.
Hesemann now had at least 5 clues that in his judgment pointed to the titulus being authentic. First, the evidence from Ambrose, the Bishop of Milan, appeared to confirm Helena had dug up the titulus crucis in Jerusalem. Second, the record from Cyril of Jerusalem suggested she divided the relics and distributed them across the world. Third, the fact that it had been hidden during the Middle Ages suggested it was the real thing. Why hide a fake? 4. Variations between the wording on the actual titulus and the accounts in the Gospels again pointed to its authenticity. No forger would risk such blatant errors. And now, finally, evidence from Hadrian's Wall suggested a wooden tablet with writing on it could, under the right conditions, survive 2,000 years. For Hesemann, the evidence was now overwhelming. The titulus in Rome was authentic. He had found a relic of the true cross. Hesemann took his findings to the highest authority.
I found it a relevant discovery for the Christian faith, and that's why I presented it to Pope John Paul II.
History doesn't relate what the Pope's response was, but a number of senior Christians are prepared to give Hesemann's titulus crucis at least the benefit of the doubt.
If we ask ourselves the question, what relics might have survived from the crucifixion, It's in fact highly likely that among those would have been this title that was put upon the cross. It's so important as identifying the figure of Jesus that it's very likely that it would have been preserved, and of course it was very easy to remove and take away. So the idea that all of this is necessarily ridiculous and medieval superstition and so on is something we should just suspend judgment on.
But are they right? So far, all Hesselmann's evidence had either been a paper trail or had relied on basic archaeological techniques. Could hard scientific scrutiny now back this up? The investigation was about to take a new twist. In 2002, a laboratory at the University of Rome conducted radiocarbon dating tests on the titulus crucis. If it was authentic, it should date from around 30 AD.
They took 6 samples from the back of the titulus crucis. You do a level of pre-treatment that should get rid of any contaminant carbon from the sample.
After this decontamination, the tiny pieces of wood were analysed for their radiocarbon-14 content to discover their age.
They also analysed other samples of known age as confirmation that the accuracy and precision was fine. And they came up with a consensus value that was significantly different from what you would have expected.
The conclusion was unequivocal.
When the radiocarbon age was calibrated, it gave a calendar age range of 890 to 1150 AD, and that's with 95.4% probability.
In short, the relic in Rome dated from the Middle Ages, 900 years after the death of Christ. It could not be part of the true cross. But for some, this is not the end of the matter. They argue carbon dating has been wrong before. One of the most famous controversies was in the 1980s. In 1988, samples of the Turin shroud were tested for their age. The shroud is a piece of fabric bearing an apparently 3D image of a Christ-like human face. Legend says the cloth was placed over the face of Jesus after his crucifixion and miraculously picked up his image. When samples of the shroud were sent to 3 different laboratories for radiocarbon dating, the results suggested it was a medieval fake.
The results were comparable between the 3 laboratories and gave an age range of 1260 to 1390 AD with a 95.4% probability that the true age lies within that span. Now that's not to say that the other 5% is way out of that span.
Yet a number of people, few of them scientists, have challenged the finding. They believe there were fundamental problems with the sample. It was contaminated.
The shroud has a vast history. People have gotten their fingers all over it. Artists have copied it. There's been paint dropped on it. It's been in countless numbers of chapels and so on, with all that atmosphere there. It's been through a fire, at least one we know of, and doused with water. The fire was so hot that it melted the metal casket that the shroud was in. So all of these are tremendous contaminants.
They argue that problems like these have discredited carbon-14 testing, certainly in the case of the shroud.
Carbon-14 is certainly valid and a good procedure along with other procedures, but it certainly also can be wrong, as in this case, in my opinion. It was botched.
Most scientists dispute this challenge. But similar arguments about contamination are now raging around the titulus crucis. For Masamune, the carbon dating results are simply not credible.
When I learned about the result of the carbon dating, claiming to be a forgery from the Middle Ages, it was clear for me that it has to be wrong. We know that carbon dating is only reliable in 75% of the cases, but there's a 25% margin of factors which cannot be controlled, factors of contamination and conditions we do not know.
In particular, Masamune believes there will have been carbon contamination from candles and human breath. These more recent carbon deposits would, he argues, have built up, impregnating the ancient wood. That in turn could have led to a false reading in the carbon dating tests. But Gordon Cook, a recognized expert in carbon dating, profoundly disagrees.
The idea that 25% of all radiocarbon tests are wrong is quite preposterous. You could argue that the smoke from the candles could have embedded itself in the wood, but when the pre-treatment that was undertaken should have removed virtually all of that.
Yet Masamune has now dismissed all carbon dating tests of the titulus crucis. He believes he's found a much more reliable alternative form of dating. It's a method that draws on changing styles of handwriting. It's called comparative paleography.
This method is accepted in history because people changed the way of writing during the ages. If you have a letter written by your granny during World War II, the handwriting is different from the handwriting of people today.
Comparative paleography argues that the writing style of one period is not only different from another, but during any one period there is a clear uniformity of style. So a medieval text will always look different from a piece of copperplate writing, which in turn could never be mistaken for a 19th century piece of writing. Masamune sent photographs of the text on the titulus crucis to a number of experts.
I presented copies of the titulus crucis to 7 experts on comparative paleography of 3 different universities in Israel.
The experts examined the Greek, Hebrew, and Latin texts. They all, apparently, came to the same conclusion.
All of them, experts on Latin, Greek, and Hebrew paleography in the Holy Land, scholars who worked with the Dead Sea Scrolls, dated it into the 1st century, the time of Christ.
But is comparative paleography really more reliable than carbon dating? For over 60 years, scientists have used carbon-14 tests to date ancient artifacts, from Egyptian pyramids to medieval church relics. It has consistently proved reliable.
Radiocarbon dating has a scientific basis. We can calculate an age on an object. If you take paleographic techniques, it would be possible to forge an earlier writing style on a piece of wood to make it look like the titulus crucis.
Yet Michael Masamune is unmoved.
We have not a single case where comparative paleography is wrong, where people in the Middle Ages prove that they were able to write like people wrote 1,000 years before. If I, as a historian, have the choice between 2 methods, comparative paleography and carbon dating, I trust comparative pyrography.
There, for now, the matter rests. To most scientists, the evidence from carbon dating makes it highly unlikely that titulus crucis is part of the true cross. But that won't stop some people believing in it. To many Christians, the idea that Christ's cross has survived is just too powerful an idea. In 1941, the Germans were marching through Russia. They weren't just grabbing territory, they were also stealing priceless works of art. One of them was the Amber Room, an extraordinary series of 18th century amber screens worth millions of pounds.
It was regarded as an eighth wonder of the world.
This fabulous artifact was taken to the German city of Königsberg. But 4 years later, when the Allies retook the city in 1945, the Amber Room had mysteriously disappeared. Was it destroyed in the fighting? Or had it been hidden? It was the beginning of a treasure hunt that would draw in some of the most powerful secret police forces in Eastern Europe.
There would be searches, official and unofficial, sponsored by East Germany, by the Stasi, by the KGB.
There would be false starts, missing records, and fabricated stories.
Stasi spent more and more money and more and more time because they wanted the glory.
It would become one of the great treasure hunts of the 20th century. A hunt that continues today.
We are very close of finding the Amber Room, but we just need help.
The Ophir Mountains in southeast Germany. An area of wooded hillsides and disused mines. Here, for the last 20 years, Henry Hattenhauer has been searching for an extraordinary missing artifact. It's a looted Russian treasure that disappeared at the end of World War II, never to be seen again. Hattenhauer is convinced it's hidden in one of the region's derelict slate mines.
We went to practically every mine in this county, no matter how old it was. I estimate that we have explored about 150 mines, more or less.
Hattenhauer has kept a meticulous record of the search. It's so secretive, members of the team don't want to be identified.
We even have our own surveyor team, if you're going to call it like that, drawing maps, measuring tunnels, measuring holes, everything.
For his small group of treasure hunters, it's been painstaking and risky work.
You cannot just walk in and open the tunnel where it is collapsed, because it's extremely dangerous and you need to secure yourself from falling stones.
Yet after years of disappointment, Hattenhauer believes he has finally traced the missing treasure to one particular mine. If he's right, he could be on the brink of a monumental discovery. A 60-year search may be over. Hattenhauer may have found the legendary Amber Room. It was one of the most extraordinary artifacts ever created. The so-called Amber Room was a series of panels lining a palatial chamber.
The old Amber Room must have been absolutely glorious. Would have been a wondrous sight. Nothing on that scale had been attempted before. Some of it was carved in 3 dimensions, crowns and things.
What made it absolutely astonishing was the incredible quality of the workmanship.
This figure, I'm not sure whether he's carved in one piece or not, one single piece, because the arm is a different color to the rest of the body.
This extraordinary creation was built by 18th century German craftsmen using millions of pieces of amber.
And in the back here we have the mosaic, the background for the whole thing, where they have taken slices of amber and fitted them together so that they make this mosaic with no gaps. The whole thing is amber.
Amber is a semi-precious substance only found in a few parts of the world. One of the main sources is the Baltic coast of Poland. It's formed from the resin of prehistoric trees that grew in the region 60 million years ago. During the early 1700s, the Amber Room became a symbol of German craftsmanship at its most magnificent.
It was regarded as an 8th wonder of the world. And I think the reason for that is that no one had conceived of the idea of using amber architecturally. I mean, the sheer audacity of taking something which we normally associate with ornamental jewellery and using it architecturally to effectively coat or laminate an entire room was foolish, incredible, folly.
In 1716, this extraordinary artifact was presented by the Germans to one of the most powerful emperors of Europe, Peter the Great of Russia. He took it to St. Petersburg, where it was installed in his summer palace on the city's outskirts. There it remained on display for over 150 years, until the summer of 1941. In June that year, Hitler invaded Russia. The German forces weren't just interested in seizing territory. In a meticulously planned operation, they took with them teams of art experts intent on seizing anything that represented German craftsmanship.
Hitler himself was a fanatically searching for German artists of the 19th century, 18th century artwork.
The Germans had a plan. This plan goes back many years prior to the invasion, when curators and cultural bureaucrats were sent out with travel guides. And they collated enormous lists of the treasures which would matter the most to the Third Reich.
High on their hit list was the Amber Room.
They figured that there was a tie-in on the Amber Room with the German heritage. They wanted the material back in Germany.
For Nazis, the Amber Room represents German power, a time machine that took them back to the idea of Teutonic Knights, these forebears of Nazism and National Socialism.
It was, in short, symbolic of a long history of German superiority and military might reaching back to the Middle Ages. As the Germans now swept through Russia, Soviet curators found themselves in a race against time. Thousands of precious artworks had to be packed up and shipped east as fast as possible to Siberia. But when they came to the Amber Room, they hit a problem. It seemed just too fragile to move.
When the curators attempted to remove the amber from the backing boards, they discovered it had become completely brittle.
It might have been possible to take it down without doing any damage, but it was a big risk.
So instead, they decided to disguise the room as another room. They got cigarette papers, which was pretty much all curators had in their pockets, and they stuck it over the amber. The idea being that the cigarette papers would act as a band-aid to stop the fragile amber cracking. On top of the cigarette papers, they put cotton wool, which actually they pulled from cushions. On top of that, they then put sheeting and then wallpaper.
It was the best they could do. By September 1941, 2 months after the invasion of Russia, the Germans had surrounded St. Petersburg. Here they headed for the Summer Palace and its Amber Room. Despite Russian attempts to hide it, German looters knew exactly where to look.
Consulting their ledgers and their plans, they have an idea of which room to go to, they have an idea of its dimensions, and they even bring packing cases and were far more organised than the Russians who were called upon to evacuate it.
The Germans shared none of the Russian fears about damaging it.
They ripped all that amber out, and I'm sure they numbered it properly, and put it in big chests and shipped it out.
Within days, the Amber Room was on its way from St. Petersburg to the German city of Königsberg, known today as Kaliningrad. Here it was installed in the city's castle museum. This would be the last known resting place of the Amber Room. What happened to it next would be murky and controversial. By the winter of 1944-1945, the Germans were in retreat. Allied planes bombed the German defences at Kaliningrad. The Red Army swept west. By April 1945, they'd retaken the city.
By the time the Red Army arrived, the city is on fire. Its people are cowed and living in terror. And every Red Army soldier who arrived at this locus for Nazism wanted to destroy a bit of it.
One of the first things the Russians did was search for the Amber Room. But as they scoured the city, it was nowhere to be found. What had happened? Had it been destroyed in the battle for the city? Had it been hidden somewhere? Or had the retreating Germans taken it with them? And if so, where? The mystery of the Amber Room had begun. Spring 1946, and the Soviet Union sent teams of art experts to comb the rubble of Europe for their country's looted treasures.
The Soviets had trophy brigades that went through and stripped every museum of every country they occupied.
One place they headed for was Kaliningrad, the last known resting place of the Amber Room. The mission was led by one of the country's leading art experts. Anatoly Kuchumov had been the chief curator of the Amber Room in the years before the war. In Kaliningrad, he soon found a highly significant clue. The Amber Room had contained 4 small stone mosaics. Sifting among the debris of the castle, he found fragments from 3 of them.
The 3, as it happened, were brittle, fire damaged, and when you touched them, they disintegrated. But the 4th was missing.
Kuchumov couldn't even find fragments from the 4th mosaic. It must have been removed. To Kuchumov, this was highly significant.
If one of these panels could be missing, what else from the room was missing? This is the logic of Kuchumov. If the panel had been taken, the far more valuable amber walls, the amber facings, must have been taken too. And in his opinion, there is a clear case to be made that the Amber Room survived the siege of Königsberg.
But if it had survived, where was it? Kuchumov's inquiries took him back to the closing days of the war. Reports suggested that as Allied bombs fell, the Amber Room was hidden below ground. Was this where he needed to look?
Kuchumov manages to get some digging equipment and a team of volunteers, and they begin their own excavation. He worked incredibly hard over a very short space of time. They had divers diving into booby-trapped and flooded tunnels, many of whom were died as the tunnels were electrified by the Nazis before they left, and left with explosives in them.
The Russians even blasted their way through collapsed tunnels.
He broke through the foundations of various buildings to discover underground bunkers. He drained flooded cellars. He broke into stores in various castles that ringed the city.
But he could find nothing. The search for the Amber Room would become one of the great treasure hunts of the last half-century. One of the first countries to join the hunt was the newly formed Republic of East Germany, the GDR. This eastern part of Germany had been occupied by the Red Army in the closing months of the war and was now part of the Soviet Eastern Bloc. It would become a key defender of communism in Europe. And to make sure there was no internal opposition, the authorities created a highly efficient secret police, the so-called Stasi. The Stasi were housed in a large office block in Berlin. Here they gathered information on millions of East German citizens. In the late 1940s, as the Stasi got wind of the missing Amber Room, they embarked on their own search for it.
The GDR was very, very keen to look good in the eyes of Moscow. The communists in East Germany had a guilt complex about invading the first socialist country, the first communist country in the world, and many of them thought they should do something which would assuage that guilt. So therefore, when the Soviets wanted to find the Amber Room, it was natural for the GDR to say, yes, we will help you.
Yet the Stasi weren't the only secret police force looking for the Amber Room. In Moscow, the Russians turned for help to the KGB, based at the infamous Lubyanka. For the next 30 years, both the Russian and East German secret police would run separate searches for the Amber Room.
There's two secret investigations running in parallel, one being driven by the KGB and one being driven in East Germany by its fraternal compatriots of the Stasi.
But the search was neither very fraternal nor cooperative.
If the KGB thought that it was on the track of the Amber Room, it would not reveal that to the Stasi because they wanted the glory. And of course, the Stasi, they wanted to be the first to discover where the Amber Room was, because they wanted the glory. So therefore you had this slightly strained relationship.
The KGB would concentrate its search at the last known home of the Amber Room, Kaliningrad, the former German city of Königsberg. Meanwhile, the Germans began their search closer to home. In Berlin, the Stasi's first clue came from a former Nazi officer. Gerhard Strauss had been an assistant curator at Kaliningrad Castle, where the Amber Room was on display. He explained that as Allied bombs fell and the Red Army edged ever closer to the city, he'd picked up rumors the Amber Room had been spirited to safety.
Strauss had got hold of various papers and talked to the curator of the Amber Room, and in his mind there had been several key locations for where the Amber Room may be, one of which was Görlitz.
Görlitz is a small German town which sits astride the German-Polish border. For a brief moment, it looked as though the Germans had made a breakthrough. But as they looked further at Strauss's evidence, it was clearly based on little more than hearsay. Not enough to turn a city upside down. What they needed was something much firmer. But with no more clues to go on, it was time to try something new. In 1958, the Stasi did something unprecedented in the tightly regimented society of East Germany. A regime notorious for its secrecy went public. In an article in the East German newspaper, Freie Welt, it made a public appeal for help.
An appeal goes out. There are clues that lie with ordinary everyday people, and that now is the time for those clues to be gathered together in order that the search can reach critical mass. If you know anything, contact your local city council, contact the newspapers, contact the KGB, contact the Stasi, contact whoever you want, but now you help us as loyal citizens to rejuvenate this search.
The German investigation was now led by a Stasi agent called Paul Enker.
Paul Enker was a Nazi, a member of the Hitler Youth, captured by the Soviets and shipped off for re-education. Re-education which he embraced wholeheartedly, and then as assuredly as he'd been a member of the Hitler Youth, he became a colonel in the Stasi, a fully paid up member of the secret police.
Within weeks of the article appearing, Enker received a letter. It came from a man with a remarkable story to tell. The man known by the codename Rudy Ringel, told Enke he'd been digging through rubble in the basement of the family home. Here, he'd found his dead father's identity papers, together with a package of documents. Ringel had read them and been terrified. His father had been a member of the SS, Hitler's personal elite military force. In 1950s East Germany, such connections could mean serious trouble. The young Ringel had burnt the documents and tried to forget the whole incident. Now, 10 years later, the article in Freie Welt had reawoken the memory. Ringel told Enke the now destroyed documents had included a receipt confirming the handing over of 42 crates and an order to take them to a secret location. Most importantly, he remembered the transcript of a radio message.
Action amber room concluded. Storage in the SCH. Access blown up. Casualties through enemy action.
Enke could hardly believe his luck. Here was the first positive confirmation that somebody had ordered the evacuation of the Amber Room, and that the job had been completed. Enke now had solid evidence the Amber Room still existed. It had to be possible to find it. Digging further through Nazi files, Enke found documents suggesting the radio message had been sent from a small mining town in the Erzgebirge Mountains. The town was called Lengfeld. There were now 3 potential hiding places for the Amber Room. The Russians still believed it was hidden somewhere in Kaliningrad. German investigations had initially identified somewhere near the Polish border town of Görlitz. Now they suggested it might actually be near the German town of Lengfeld. But Lengfeld is surrounded by hills and valleys. There were hundreds of potential hiding places. The evidence was much too vague. Enke needed something more concrete. Then, in the 1960s, there appeared to be another breakthrough. It came from the parallel investigation in Russia. For some time, the KGB had been interrogating a man called Erich Koch. Koch had been an important Nazi official. Throughout the war, he'd been the Gauleiter, or boss, of Kaliningrad. He'd been the man responsible for installing the Amber Room in the Castle Museum. Now, in 1967, he finally admitted to the Russian KGB that during the closing days of the war, he'd ordered it taken down.
He at last concedes that the Amber Room was part of a list of treasures that was to be packed up and evacuated. And in fact, because the evacuation couldn't succeed, he claims instead it was placed in crates and buried in a secret bunker beneath a church in Kaliningrad.
Here was new, hard evidence to back up the Russian curator Anatoly Kuchemov's theory that the Amber Room was not in the German Erzgebirge. It was still in Kaliningrad.
This evidence is leapt upon by the Soviets, who immediately requisitioned heavy digging equipment and volunteers, and they set out to turn the entire city upside down again.
Once again, the Russians scoured Kaliningrad. But once again, they found nothing. If the Amber Room really was in the city, its hiding place remained a mystery. Meanwhile, back in East Germany, Paul Enke was still trying to firm up the evidence he had gathered. For 8 years, he'd drawn a blank. Then, in 1976, in the city of Weimar, Enke found records of Koch's personal hoard of looted art. Koch had been a major looter of Soviet artworks. The record suggested the hoard included 132 silver candelabra. The number was highly significant. It was exactly the same number of candelabra as had been in the Amber Room. Were they one and the same? Enke interviewed local people in Weimar. He gradually uncovered a new trail that suggested Koch had been lying to the KGB.
One of the compelling stories that he reports on is an ambulance in which crates were loaded and that certain unknown but mysterious and incredibly valuable treasures under the auspices of the Red Cross, i.e. a neutral vehicle, a vehicle that wouldn't be attacked either by air or on the ground, fled Weimar carrying these treasures.
The record showed they had taken the treasure south to the Erzgebirge Mountains. If Enke was right, the Amber Room wasn't in Kaliningrad at all. The bits of the jigsaw were coming together. Rudi Ringel's evidence had also pointed to the Erzgebirge. Enke was now convinced he finally knew just where to look for the Amber Room. That year, Enke started searching disused mines in the region.
They begin zeroing in on a series of mines and they've brought in heavy digging equipment. And they dig and they spend considerable amounts of money on this operation. It's a vast operation involving huge numbers of volunteers.
Enke narrowed the search to one mine, but the shaft was blocked by rock falls. The Germans dug hard. They blasted through blockages. But Enke was in for a nasty surprise.
When they break through, eventually, to the areas they have mapped out as the key locations, what they discover, rather than treasure, is rolled up and burnt pieces of Pravda.
Pravda was the Russian Communist Party newspaper. The burnt pages were dated July 1945. They'd been used by the Red Army to roll cigarettes. The Soviet forces had already explored the mine 31 years earlier, and they'd clearly not found the Amber Room. But nobody had bothered to tell Enke or his German colleagues. The operation had cost the Stasi some $500,000. It had been an expensive and embarrassing failure. Back at headquarters, Enke's bosses ordered an investigation into what had gone wrong. The Stasi were not used to failure. They also made a second alarming discovery. Rudi Ringel's story that his father had been a major in the SS was a complete fabrication.
The man that Paulenka had built his entire case on was in fact a wounded postman who had no connection to the Amber Room story, a fantasist with forged documents. The German connection to the Amber Room was fallacious and a fantasy.
Yet incredibly, despite even this setback, the Stasi spent the next 10 years continuing to look for the Amber Room.
Once the Stasi had started on the operation, they didn't give up. There was no concept of cost effectiveness. It was the objective which was important. And therefore, they would spend more and more money and more time, even though the end result may have been very, very meager, even though the chances of finding the Amber Room were very, very small. That didn't matter. In a communist system, you just kept on looking.
In fact, the search would only end when something much bigger changed the entire world. (1989). The wall dividing East and West Germany came down. Communism in Eastern Europe collapsed. East and West Germany were reunited. In the following euphoria, a German energy company agreed to sponsor the construction of a brand new Amber Room and give it to the Russians. It would be a massive undertaking. For a start, the art of amber carving had been virtually lost.
They had craftsmen, but not the craftsmen that they'd had in times past. People hadn't been carving amber in that way for so long.
The workmen had almost nothing to go on.
They didn't know exactly how the room had been made. They had no colour photographs of it. They had to work out how thick the mosaics were. They had to work out how big the carvings were. They tried making panels and discarded them. Some of them they decided were simply wrong. And of course the big problem was the colour.
This was a problem nobody had anticipated.
New amber tends to be sort of bright. If they just put Baltic amber, untreated, on the walls, the whole room would have looked lemon yellow. It would have been completely wrong. So they took one or two of the old caskets that they had from that time that would have aged in the same way. And they photographed them in black and white. Then they compared those black and white photographs with the black and white photographs they already had of the old amber room. And from that they worked out this grey is that tone on the casket, so a matching one would be that on the wall. And that's how they reconstructed it. Whether or not it's completely correct, of course, we don't know.
The work took several years. Finally, in 2002, amongst much pomp and circumstance, it was erected at its former home in the Summer Palace outside St. Petersburg. It may not have been the original, but it was still a spectacular sight. But despite this success, it left a big outstanding question. What had happened to the original Amber Room? In 2004, Adrian Levy was one of 2 investigative journalists to publish the results of a 4-year trawl through reports, letters, and documents in Berlin, Moscow, and St. Petersburg. The investigation had taken him back to 1945 and the months just after the war. Here, he'd found a new clue. That summer, the Russians had dispatched a high-powered art expert to Königsberg to look for the Amber Room. Yet the visit had gone almost unrecorded. His name was Alexander Brushov, a professor at the State Historical Museum in Moscow.
What staggered Brushov when he turned up in Königsberg was that there had been no attempt to secure the ruins of Königsberg Castle, to ring it, place a perimeter around it, to protect treasures that were being stored in it.
Slowly, Brushov had pieced together a chronology of events.
Up until the surrender of Königsberg, the castle was intact. And yet, between the surrender in mid-April, the occupation by the end of May, when he arrives, the castle was torched.
The big question was, had the Amber Room gone up with the castle? And if so, who had been responsible? Brushov reached an uncomfortable conclusion.
He noted on his report and in his private diary that the torching was the responsibility of the Red Army, who saw the castle as the epitome of Nazism, of everything that they despised, without thinking of what might be stored in the cellars. One item of which was the most precious treasure of all, the Amber Room.
So the Russians themselves had destroyed the Amber Room. It had been a spectacular and embarrassing own goal. Brushov had solved the mystery in 1945. So why had the truth been kept a secret? Why had the Russians claimed it still existed? For Levy, the answer was simple. The thought that the Red Army had carelessly destroyed one of the country's most important artworks was not a notion the Soviet authorities could accept. So instead, they'd fabricated a new truth. The myth that the Amber Room had been saved but hidden was born. Moreover, Levy discovered that in sending Anatoly Kuchumov to Kaliningrad, the Russians had found just the man to spin the yarn. Ever since the German invasion, Kuchumov had been a troubled man. In 1941, he'd been personally responsible for the artworks at the Summer Palace, including the Amber Room. It was he who decided it was too brittle to move. It had been his decision to leave it where it was and paper over it. But the Germans had shown that he was completely wrong and had carried it away in a matter of days.
Anatoly Kuchumov came back after the war, racked by this decision, racked by guilt. So here we have a young curator, an ambitious young man, who's made a fateful decision that turned out to be the wrong decision. He didn't pack the Amber Room, but the Nazis stripped it in 36 hours.
In the post-war political climate, responsibility for such a disaster could mean arrest and even death.
He's come back into a heavily politicised environment at the beginnings of a Cold War, where the KGB dominate and guilt is being apportioned. Other colleagues are disappearing as a result of those decisions. Is the man who is responsible for the vanishing of the Amber Room going to come back saying he found nothing? That's not going to happen.
So instead, Kuchumov had come up with a new answer, one more favourable to Russia and himself. It had probably saved his life.
Kuchumov's verdict, when he was sent there in '46, was there was enough evidence to suggest the Amber Room survived, which meant that he could also therefore provide the evidence that he himself was not guilty of anything, no crime had been committed. The Amber Room had not been lost.
Levy had finally got to the bottom of the mystery. The search for the Amber Room had gone nowhere because it had been destroyed. But that hasn't stopped some people continuing to look for it. In the early 2000s, treasure hunter Helmut Gensel led a search for the Amber Room in the Czech Republic, close to the German border. He claimed to have picked up rumors that heavy lorries had transported the Amber Room to a disused silver mine as the war was ending.
Why, at the last days of the war, all these trucks would come here? There must be a reason.
Meanwhile, across the border in Germany, where the mine has a second entrance, the local mayor also began digging.
The measuring instruments showed some hollow space and metal objects. We want to check it now by drilling.
Neither hunt has ever found anything. But one man is still hopeful. Deep in the Ore Mountains, Henry Hattenhauer is still chasing his dream of discovering the Amber Room. He's found a mine he believes may contain important new evidence.
We found footprints from SS boots, a lot of footprints, all pointing to this one place in the mine. We found a lampshade with 5 light bulbs, which is very unusual.
Electrical fittings are never found in these mines. They were closed in the 19th century, before the use of electric lighting. To Hattenhauer, it suggests the mine has been used much more recently.
It was definitely not just used as an ordinary mine. Personally, I'm convinced that the Amber Room is here. I'm absolutely convinced. I mean, I know that there are many people claiming to know where the Amber Room is, and people laugh about it. But we really have a lot of interesting hints that make us think that the Amber Room is here.
Just beyond the footprints and the mysterious lights, the mine shaft is blocked by a rockfall. It would cost thousands of pounds to clear it, money Hattenhauer and his group don't have.
We are very close of finding the Amber Room, but we just need help. We can't do it ourselves.
So far, Hattenhauer has failed to find a backer. But he's not giving up hope. Such is the value and mythic status of the Amber Room, it will continue to exert a magnetic pull over treasure hunters. Even though all the evidence suggests it was destroyed more than 60 years ago. According to the great stories of the Bible, King Solomon, son of David, ruled Israel 3,000 years ago. He was renowned for his wisdom, his women, and his astonishing wealth. King Solomon surpassed all the kings on the earth in wealth and wisdom. And when the rich, powerful, and exotic Queen of Sheba visited King Solomon, she brought him gifts from the mystical land of Ophir. And she came to Jerusalem with a very great train, with camels that bear spices, and very much gold. But where was Ophir? Where had all that gold come from? Did it even exist? For thousands of years, ancient Greeks, Renaissance adventurers, Victorian explorers, and modern-day scientists have searched for the source of Solomon's gold. A mysterious place that would famously become known as King Solomon's Mines. This is the story of one man who really believed he had found them. And he did find something, but it was not what he expected. Carl Mauch, the explorer who would become forever linked with the discovery of King Solomon's mines, was a man of humble origins.
Mauch was born in 1837 in Stettin, a small town in Germany. His father was a carpenter and later went to the army, and Mauch had 3 siblings, so the family was not very wealthy, and maybe one could even say that they were poor.
But when he was a child, he received a gift that changed his life forever.
For his 10th birthday present, he received a world atlas, which showed Africa as almost a total blank on the map. And this really inspired Mauch to become an explorer, to fill in the gaps in the map of Africa.
At first, Mauch's interest had nothing to do with King Solomon. He was attracted by the mystery of Africa and the opportunity it presented for an ambitious young boy.
Africa was a good destination for explorers because the interior of Africa was still unknown to Europeans, and so there were still opportunities of heroism and adventure.
As Mauch grew older, his obsession with Africa continued.
During this time, he avidly consumed virtually every book on the geography of Africa from the 16th century onwards, including the accounts in particular of the early Portuguese explorers.
And one story leapt from the page to catch Mauch's eye. In 1531, Vicente Pagado, a captain of a Portuguese garrison on the southern coast of Africa, wrote,
"Among the gold mines of the inland plains between the Limpopo and Zambezi River, there is a fortress built of stones of marvelous size, and there appears to be no mortar joining them."
Pagado and his Portuguese explorers were convinced that this fortress was the palace of the Queen of Sheba, and the gold mines were the source of King Solomon's wealth. The Bible tells us that King Solomon was the son of the great King David, who slew the giant Philistine warrior Goliath. How Solomon became celebrated for his wisdom, his women, and his fabulous wealth. But the Bible also describes Solomon's great meeting with the Queen of Sheba, who brought him tons of gold and spices from her land.
She arrived at Jerusalem with a retinue of camels, laden with spices and other precious objects intended as gifts for Solomon.
And she gave the king 120 talents of gold, and of spices very great store, and precious stones. There came no more such abundance of spices as these which the Queen of Sheba gave to King Solomon. This is the story we all remember, but in reality there is not a shred of evidence that Solomon or the Queen of Sheba ever existed, or that any of this story was actually true.
As early as we can trace our sources, readers of the Bible have been fascinated by the question of where exactly Solomon's wealth comes from. In the 1st century, for example, the Jewish historian Josephus speculated that his wealth came from India. And ever since then, interpreters have been struggling to piece together the clues in the Bible to figure out its exact location. The Bible offers some intriguing clues about the source of Solomon's wealth. It tells us, for example, that Solomon had to dispatch ships in order to retrieve this wealth. Solomon's ships traveled to a place called Ophir, and also mention a place called Tarshish.
For the king had at sea the navy of Tarshish with the navy of Hiram. Once in 3 years the navy of Tarshish bringing in gold and silver, ivory and apes and peacocks.
No one knows the exact meaning of the words Ophir and Tarshish. Ophir is often associated with gold. Tarshish, some scholars believe, actually refers to a kind of ship meant for traveling long distances. The location of these places is unknown.
But Mauch had discovered an important clue. Vicente Pagado, the Portuguese captain who described the fortress of marvelous size, was based in Sofala on the southern coast of Africa.
The Europeans who were looking for Solomon's wealth were not usually reading the Hebrew Bible. They were usually reading the Greek or Latin translation of the Bible. And in the Greek translation of the Bible, the word Ophir actually has an S appearing at the beginning of the word, spelling Sophir. So when the Portuguese arrived on the coast of Africa at a port town called Sofala, they made a linguistic connection between the name of that port town and the Greek biblical word for Ophir or Sophir, believing that to be evidence that they had found the source of Solomon's wealth.
So could Sofala be Ophir? Mauch started digging for further evidence. And again, it was the Portuguese accounts that provided more clues.
A Portuguese sailor by the name of Thomas Lopes arrived at the port town of Sofala in southern Africa in 1502. And there he was greeted by Muslims who told him of native sources that described something very curious. They described how ships belonging to Solomon would arrive once every 3 years and extract from a nearby town a tremendous amount of gold.
And they went with the servants of Solomon to Ophir, and took thence 450 talents of gold, which they delivered to King Solomon. They had the right name. Sofala was Ophir, and they seem to have found the gold. So if the Portuguese were right, they may have stumbled upon one of the most amazing finds ever. Mauch was certain he had cracked it. King Solomon's wealth was in southern Africa, and he was determined to find it. But he realized that he was woefully underqualified. So for the next 11 years, he devoted his entire life to getting ready for his Africa expedition. Every day he prepared himself both mentally and physically for the day when he would realize his dream.
Mauch was always good in school, and he was interested in natural science and would have liked to go to university, but his parents lacked the financial means.
To pay for his expedition, he trained as a teacher and became a private tutor in Austria.
Mauch must have been really determined to go to Africa. In all these years, he didn't have support, he didn't have any money, but he still continued with his plans.
He taught himself English, French, and Arabic.
He tried to acquire specialist knowledge through reading specialist books and magazines like Petermann's Geographical News.
In his spare time, he studied Latin, medicine, and astronomy.
He visited the Botanical Garden and the Natural History Museum in Graz, where he was working at that time as a teacher.
There, he gained some knowledge in botany, geology, and natural history.
He built his own collections of minerals and insects.
In 1863, Mauch was convinced he was ready. So he wrote to August Petermann, the editor of Germany's highly respected geographical magazine. His aim was to sell himself as an explorer worth investing in.
I believe intellectually, and considering my modest means, I have done all that could be done. But the body too requires preparation for such enterprises. By walking 6 miles or more each day, in every season, over any ground, often without any food or drink till my return to the point of departure, and always wearing the same warm clothes, I have tried to steel my body. Apart from this, I have not neglected gymnastics and musketry. In stature, I am tall and heavily built, and I am in excellent health. Considering these facts, I believe that I am capable of taking part in an expedition on these lines.
Mauch's letter received an immediate reply from the magazine's editor.
Petermann's response was negative and rather discouraging. He explained to Mauch how difficult and strenuous such an exploration would be. But he proposed that if Mauch should actually manage to get to Africa, he would consider publishing letters or reports.
Despite Petermann's rejection, at the age of 26, after 11 years of preparation, Mauch was ready to go.
But Mauch decided to spend a few months researching in London before he actually went to South Africa. And by the end of that time, he'd actually run out of money.
Mauch worked as a deckhand on a steamship to fund himself before arriving in Durban, South Africa in January 1865. His quest could now begin. With only the barest of necessities, a small pocket compass, hunting knife, blanket, painting equipment and handgun, Mauch set out to explore southern Africa in pursuit of the land of Ophir in June 1865.
I have tried to acclimatize myself by walking diligently around the country, unconcerned if I roam across unknown countryside for 2 to 3 days without food, or even if I should have an unpleasant encounter with the largest carnivores.
But Mauch soon ran into trouble.
Mauch's travels were not at all straightforward. He went through a great deal of suffering, almost to the point of starvation.
This was the 5th day of hunger for me, and it can be understood that I contemplated the future with a jaundiced view. Even small birds seemed to fly away from me, while I am still miles away from them. No pheasant nor partridge was to be seen. And an hour-long effort to try to catch fish also failed. Hungry, thirsty, tired, with almost insupportable pain in my knee, I still had to cover 25 miles, and bad luck would have it that I didn't get a chance for a final shot, and thus did not get anything to eat.
In desperation, Mauch sent a messenger with a letter to August Petermann, the editor of Germany's geographical magazine, to support his African expedition. This time his luck was in. Petermann appealed to his readers to support Mauch.
We believed that he had to be helped. He is the only able explorer in the whole of South Africa at the moment. It would appear as a patriotic and scientific duty to support Herr Mauch and not leave him helpless in the far-off interior.
Petermann's appeal for support for Mauch and his magazine was successful. Several of his readers donated small sums. As Mauch didn't have any money himself, it was really helpful for him, but in comparison to other explorers, it was still a very small sum.
However, these donations did help Mauch continue his exploration of southern Africa for the next 8 years. Two years into his journey, Mauch entered the Tati region, an area located on the borders of Botswana and Zimbabwe. and with the help of the famous British hunter Henry Hartley, Mauch made his first significant discovery.
On the 27th of July, 1867, Hartley brought me the news that, when following a wounded elephant, he passed several pits dug into quartz. I came to a site which I recognized as a smelting place. On examining some recent stones, I found gold. Highly pleased, I ran back to the camp to impart the good news.
When Mauch discovered the first gold field, he was really delighted that he had made such a big and great discovery.
The following day, Mauch discovered another gold field. Could these be the mines of King Solomon? Word of the gold mine spread like wildfire across the southern African plains, prompting one of its earliest gold rushes. As newspapers headlined his great discovery, Germany's geographical magazine believed Mauch was onto something much bigger.
Concerning the gold fields discovered by Mauch, it is not improbable that they are identical with the Ophir of the Bible and with the places from which Solomon obtained his wealth in gold.
But if finding gold mines was encouraging, for Mauch to be really sure that he was in the land of Ophir, he had to find the city worthy of the great Queen of Sheba. In the same year that Mauch discovered the goldfields of Tartary, he began to hear rumors of an abandoned city with huge stone walls described by locals as fabulous buildings. Mauch was told that the city lay in the mountainous country between the two largest rivers in southern Africa, the Zambezi and the Limpopo. In May 1871, Mauch wrote confidently to his country's geographical magazine to tell them he wanted to dedicate his next expedition to the newly united German people.
I shall make it the highest duty in my profession to add honor to the name of the German nation. I expect that my next journey will offer such opportunity. The discovery of the ruins of Ophir would be a point which would be envied by other nations.
For the next 3 years, Mauch searched for the ruins. He shot elephant and rabbit for food and suffered great hunger and exhaustion.
Mauch tried to get to the ruins for a long period and often failed and had to come back to the European settlements.
Mauch survived robberies and attempted to win the trust of local tribes.
Throughout his travels, he had to form alliances with the tribal rulers.
He feared the native people around him. He thought that they might even kill him.
And was at one time held prisoner in Matabele land until he came to an arrangement for his release.
But eventually, local Karanga tribesmen brought him face to face with the magnificent walled city.
Finally, on the 5th of September 1871, I was lucky enough to be the first white man to set eyes on them. The ruins represent a mighty fortress, consisting of two parts, of which one, on a mountain of about 400 feet with very large boulders, is separated by a narrow little valley from the second, which stands on a slight rise.
Mauch just couldn't believe his eyes. Nothing like it had been seen south of the equator, and it just shouldn't have been there.
Mauch was convinced that he had finally found the ruins of the Queen of Sheba's palace. But how could he be sure? Mauch set about examining the structure of the ruins and found that the walls were built of stone without any mortar. This matched exactly with Vicente Pigado's 16th century description of the ruins he had read as a teenager.
Among the gold mines of the inland plains between the Limpopo and Zambezi River, there is a fortress built of stones of marvelous size, and there appears to be no mortar joining them.
Mauch's next step was to work out who had created it.
He couldn't believe that such a structure could have been built by native Africans.
Mauch's view was supported by the local tribesmen.
I have learned from the local inhabitants that they themselves have lived here for only 40 years and that the region was quite uninhabited before that time. All are absolutely convinced that white people once inhabited the region, for even now there are signs of habitations and iron tools which could not have been produced by blacks.
So if the palace was built by white people, where did they come from? Mauch turned to the Bible for clues. There is no description of Ophir in the Bible, but there is a description of the building of King Solomon's legendary temple. And the king commanded, and they brought great stones, costly stones, and huge stones to lay the foundation of the house.
As he looked at the structures that comprise the Great Zimbabwe, he noticed a resemblance to the Temple of Solomon as it's described in the Bible, and to other structures that archaeologists were only then beginning to learn about.
Mauch considered it likely that the palace was built by an ancient people called the Phoenicians. In the 1850s and 60s, archaeologists began to excavate colonies that the Phoenicians had established throughout the Mediterranean, and also sites in their homeland of Phoenicia, in what is now Lebanon.
And this revealed to Europeans this complex, vast, far-reaching civilization that predated the Greeks and Romans, that had spread throughout the Mediterranean, and had an impact on culture reaching from the Middle East to North Africa. And this really, really inspired the imagination of many Europeans, who began to believe that the Phoenicians were capable of traveling great distances.
The Phoenicians built their structures without mortar, and there was no mortar at this site. But this in itself wasn't proof. What else may there be to link it to the Phoenicians? Again, the Bible offered a clue. It made it clear that cedar wood was a critical ingredient at the time. And it was covered with cedar above upon the beams. Cedar was a wood famously found in modern-day Lebanon. The obvious place to look for the wood was where it supported the stone structure.
Mauch didn't really have the materials or the manpower required for a major exploration of the site, but he did take some samples of the wood.
I cut some splinters off the crossbeam over the northern entrance. The wood is still quite healthy, of reddish color. A comparison of it with the wood of my pencil shows great similarity, and therefore, I suppose, strengthened by further hypotheses, that it must be cedar wood.
Convinced that the cedar trees didn't exist on the lower Zambezi, Mauch was sure that it must have been brought there by Solomon's Phoenician builders from Lebanon. As the Bible says, "Now therefore command thou that they hew me cedar trees out of Lebanon." Suddenly it all came together for Mauch. Here was a city that no African could have built. It was constructed by Phoenicians in the same style as King Solomon's temple in Jerusalem. The Phoenicians used stone without mortar and brought cedar wood from Lebanon to make the supporting beams. And the local name for Sofala is Sophia, like Ophir in the Bible. And to top it all, Mauch had also discovered the 2 gold mines, the source of Solomon's wealth. So surely this was it.
I believe that I do not err when I suppose that the ruin on the mountain is an imitation of the Solomonic temple on Mount Moriah. The ruin on the plain, a copy of that palace in which the Queen of Sheba dwelled during her visit to Solomon. Besides, they conform best with the well-known Phoenician buildings. Natives and Arabs would have built differently. Even the fact that I could not find a trace of inscriptions anywhere appears to me to confirm the justification of my opinion. For nowhere do we read that Solomon had an inscription of any kind fixed to his temple. I believe Ophir is the present Sofala or Sofara, by which name it is known and pronounced in the interior.
For Mauch, there could be no doubt. Ophir was not in the Middle East. It was here in southern Africa all the time. Mauch's longtime supporter, August Petermann, still waiting for further details from Mauch, quickly published a brief report on his great discovery.
It is already known from newspaper reports that on the 5th of September 1871, Carl Mauch discovered the magnificent ruins in the mountainous country between the Limpopo and the Zambezi, about 40 miles inland from Sofala, of which the old Portuguese reports tell, and which were connected with King Solomon's Ophir expeditions in early times.
Mauch's great discovery made a huge impact around the world, and in particular inspired the great British novelist H. Rider Haggard to write his famous book, King Solomon's Mines.
H. Rider Haggard's King Solomon's Mines was the most successful adventure novel of the 19th century.
Haggard tells the tale of one man's quest into the heart of Africa to discover the legendary King Solomon's Mines.
And he went on to tell me how he had found in the far interior a ruined city, which he believed to be the Ophir of the Bible. When suddenly he said to me, "Lad, did you ever hear of the Suleiman Mountains up to the northwest of the Mushkalumbi country?" I told him I never had. "Ah, well," he said, "that is where Solomon really had his mines."
Overnight, the book's title, King Solomon's Mines, a phrase no one had ever used before, entered into popular legend.
And that novel was widely read by people in Europe, and it incited their curiosity and motivated other would-be explorers to travel to Africa in search of the gold and wealth that they believed they could find there.
Rider Haggard became one of the richest and most successful novelists ever, thanks to Mauch's discovery. The one person who got very little out of it, however, was Mauch himself.
When Mauch came back to Germany, he hoped that he would be rewarded with a position at a natural history museum. But I think the lacking university degree and maybe even his personality were aspects which made it difficult for him.
Impoverished and sick, Mauch was forced to take work in a cement factory.
He suffered dreadfully from depression. He had a liver disease as a result of his African travels. His body was racked with pain continually.
And as his neighbor said, he was often drunk because his medicine didn't work anymore, so he was drinking alcohol instead.
He spent his last days in a hotel above a railway station near Stuttgart, sleeping on the 3rd floor. He slept in an armchair next to an open window, and one night fell from the window.
His neighbor found him just in the early morning and brought him to the hospital in Stuttgart. His spine was broken and both his legs were paralyzed.
37-year-old Carl Mauch died in hospital a few days later on the 4th of April 1875. It is uncertain whether his death was accidental or self-inflicted. With his death, so died his reputation. His writings were largely ignored by the academic world.
Mauch's discoveries went virtually unrecognized at the time. They were published in a mere 52 pages in August Petermann's journals, and if you couldn't read German, you would never have noticed them. And it wasn't until 1960 that his journals were actually published in full form.
But at least thanks to Mauch, King Solomon's mines seem to have been discovered. And for many years, people believed that the ruin in southern Africa was the site. But at the start of the 20th century, even this legacy was challenged. Now a new generation of explorers emerged, and they were very different. Gone were the days of romance and biblical literalism. This was a time for archaeology and science.
Biblical archaeology really started in the mid-1800s when we had mostly theologians, religious figures, going out and trying to confirm people and places and events in the Bible. As time went on, these early geographers and theologians are replaced by professional archaeologists.
One of these new professionals was British-born David Randall McIver, famous for his scientific approach to archaeology. In 1905, 3,000 years after King Solomon's reign, Randall McIver made 7 carefully detailed examinations of Carl Mauch's Ophir. The first thing he did was to date the buildings. By examining the pottery unearthed in the dig, he was able to tell when they were made, and Randall McIver quickly learnt something revealing. They are unquestionably African in every detail and belong to a period which is fixed by foreign imports as, in general, medieval. In other words, one of the key foundations of Mauch's Ophir theory was wrong.
David Randall McIver was the first person to identify a medieval date. And dating was really important because all of the foreign origins thesis, going right back to Carl Mauch and his sort of biblical interpretation, depended on Great Zimbabwe being a lot older than it was, thousands of years older.
The Great Zimbabwe ruins were not built by an ancient and vanished white civilization as was currently believed, but were of purely African origin and that they dated from about the 14th century. A second of his key findings would also be challenged. Mauch was convinced that the structures had been built by Phoenicians with wood and stone brought from Lebanon. Randall McIver assessed and dismissed his interpretations as incredulous and found no such evidence whatsoever.
David Randall McIver said, look, everything I've found here is identical to local African materials, remains, and so on. And he just said, well, that clearly means it must be African. There is no sort of layer underneath.
The style of the buildings cannot be proved to owe anything to foreign influences. All characteristics of Oriental and European architecture are entirely absent. Following in Randall McIver's footsteps, the formidable British archaeologist Gertrude Caton Thompson led the first all-female excavation of the ruins in 1929 and made the next assault on Mauch's theory of Ophir.
Gertrude Caton Thompson was sent over by the British Association in order to kind of provide a final answer.
Caton Thompson dug deeper in scale than anybody else before her. She sunk 6 trenches into the ground around the main buildings and excavated in areas undisturbed by previous visitors. When she had finished dating the site, she declared,
"Examination of all the existing evidence, gathered from every quarter, still can produce not one single item that is not in accordance with the claim of a medieval date. If by indigenous we mean an origin born of the country on which they stand, then the ruins are, in my opinion, indigenous in a full sense of the term."
In the early days of archaeology, claims by amateurs, by explorers, could stand for decades before somebody would actually come in and test what they had said and either prove or disprove. So it was a matter of 30 or 40 years before the archaeologist came in and really started excavating and said, yes, this is connected with King Solomon's mines, or no, it isn't. And in the case of that city, the answer was no, it's not. Your claim is wrong.
So everything Mauch had said about the ruins was wrong, even down to the piece of wood he had taken from one of the supporting beams. It had not come from the cedar trees in Lebanon, but was in fact a local African sandalwood.
Mauch's scientific techniques were much more primitive than those used today. So for example, to identify the wood that was used in the structures he found at the Great Zimbabwe, he didn't rely on some elaborate chemical analysis. Instead, he simply looked at the wood and compared it to the wood he was using in his own pencil.
And of course there was another factor. Mauch was a product of the Victorian age, which had very different views on Black Africa.
Mauch was convinced that Great Zimbabwe must have been built by white builders, and the idea that it could have been built by an African people didn't come to his mind, which goes along with the European thinking at that time that the African indigenous population was a naturalistic, uncivilized people without a history and without a civilized culture. So believing that Great Zimbabwe might have been built by an African people would have meant a contradiction to this firmly established view.
So does all this mean that Carl Mauch's quest turned out to be worthless? In a strange sort of way, no. Because while Mauch's conclusions were ridiculed, his discovery of the ancient city in 1871 has turned out to be one of the most important archaeological finds in all of Africa. Known today as Great Zimbabwe or Great House of Stones, these ancient ruins have become one of Africa's most prized national monuments and a UNESCO World Heritage Site.
Great Zimbabwe is representative of African achievement, brilliant African achievement in the medieval period.
Archaeological evidence suggests that Great Zimbabwe was built between the 12th and 15th centuries by ancestors of the Shona people who had settled in the region nearly 1,000 years before and who still inhabit Zimbabwe today. From a peasant village, it grew into a very prosperous political and commercial kingdom from 1150 to 1450, with a population of more than 10,000. Its development and growth was centered on agriculture, mainly cattle, and its massive gold and ivory trade went as far as Arabia and China.
They found Ming pottery there, they found Arabic pottery there, Indian beads and so on. So clearly it was part of a much larger trade system. And to conjure up that kind of trade position and to be able to build such a large site and such a sophisticated site, it must have been controlling all sorts of agricultural resources.
No one is certain why Great Zimbabwe went into decline and was left abandoned in the 15th century, but many suspect it was due to the collapse of trade, political instability and famine.
Now the whole world can recognize that Great Zimbabwe is a fantastic place, an amazing achievement. Structurally it's an amazing, a beautiful place, beautifully built and so on, but also it's representative of a very sophisticated African culture taking place. Its significance is probably, in its shortest, summed up by the fact that the name of the country derives from it. There are not many countries that derive their name from an archaeological site, and it's well deserved.
If Carl Mauch had realized this at the time of his discovery in 1871, he really could have changed the way the world viewed African civilizations. But of course there is another question. Does all this mean that the story of King Solomon's mines is simply a legend with no real basis in history at all?
The Bible doesn't actually mention King Solomon's mines. It mentions the wealth of Solomon, along with wisdom and women, the 3 W's. But it doesn't say where his wealth actually came from. So it's all made up by H. Rider Haggard in his novel, King Solomon's Mines. And as archaeologists, we can't be driven by a novel written in the last 100 years to dictate what we're looking for.
In the 100 years after Mauch's death, nothing was found to substantiate the belief that King Solomon or his great wealth ever existed. But recently, little by little, modern scientific archaeologists are finding some evidence. And one of the most exciting discoveries of recent times was the evidence of Solomon's father's existence, King David.
In the early 1990s, 93, 94, there was an inscription found at a site in the north of Israel, Tel Dan. It was from an ancient inscription dating to about the middle of the 9th century BC.
The inscribed stone contained the letters Beit David and are identical to the Hebrew and early Aramaic words for House of David. And these words are believed by many archaeologists to be an authentic reference to the Bible.
It said that a king from the house of David had done such and such, Beit David, the house of David. And that's the first mention of either David or the house of David that's ever been found. If we were talking in, say, even the late 1980s, I would have said that there is no evidence whatsoever for either David and Solomon outside the Bible. When the inscription at Tel Dan was found, then that put the debate to rest. It was clear that David did exist. And I really do think it's just a matter of time before there is something attesting to the reign of Solomon.
And that time may not be too far away. In an arid region in modern-day Jordan, south of the Dead Sea, archaeologists believe they may have found mines created around the time of King Solomon in 1000 BC.
We found hundreds of ancient mines. We found metal production sites, and we decided, just based on the surface remains, that we would start to do an intensive excavation at one of these sites, Khirbat al-Nahas, which in Arabic means the ruins of copper.
Assuming that King Solomon did have mines, one of the things we have to ask is, what kind of mines are they? Are they gold mines? Are they copper mines? I would actually argue they're more likely to be copper mines than that he's making his money from the buying and selling of copper.
Copper may not be gold, but during the Bronze Age it was an essential element in the manufacture of tools and weapons, so it was incredibly valuable.
What we discovered was that at Khirbet Nahas, there were two major centuries of copper production on an industrial scale, and that was in the 10th century BC and the 9th century BC.
That is the time of Solomon. So some have been wondering whether we've got King Solomon's mines here.
We haven't found Solomon's mines, but I think our results put the issue of Solomon's mines, or let's say the Solomonic kingdom and its reach, back on the table.
So far, the ancient Greeks, Renaissance adventurers and Victorian explorers have all tried and failed to find King Solomon's mines. Now the search continues into the 21st century. And maybe the archaeologists in Jordan will discover the source of Solomon's great wealth. Only time will tell. But of course, even if they do, there is so far nothing to suggest his wealth has anything to do with someone called the Queen of Sheba. The evidence for her remains entirely elusive. Legend tells that somewhere in South America, there is a great city of gold, El Dorado. A fabulously rich and sophisticated kingdom that was once home to thousands of people living deep in the heart of the Amazon jungle.
This was a stone city with squares and grand plazas and wonderful buildings with columns and carvings and statues.
To most people, it was just a legend. But for British explorer, 57-year-old Percy Fawcett, it was real.
It wasn't that far-fetched to imagine that somewhere deep in Amazonia, there was a major civilization.
Convinced he knew the location of this lost world, he spent years searching for it.
He was someone prepared to put his life on the line, head off into the middle of nowhere, and do whatever it took to achieve his goal.
With his son Jack and his best friend Raleigh, Fawcett set out in 1925 to find it.
They were convinced that this was going to be a great success and that they were all going to be really rich.
30 days into their journey, Fawcett wrote to his wife, "You have no fear of any failure." Then all three vanished. This is the story behind Percy Fawcett's dream. And it seems that he may have been onto something. There really may have been a great civilization in the jungle, but its riches were not gold. The true secret of the real El Dorado was something with the amazing power to completely transform all our lives. In the spring of 1906, Percy Fawcett was summoned to a meeting at the Royal Geographical Society in London and was made an offer he couldn't refuse.
Fawcett, have a look at this.
The Bolivian government wanted someone to map its borders with Brazil, and 39-year-old Fawcett was perfect for the job. His family motto was "Difficulties be damned." All his life he excelled at everything he had ever done. He was a first-class cricketer, an officer in the Royal Artillery, and a former British Secret Service spy in Morocco. But critically, he was a highly trained mapmaker and geographical surveyor who had been taught how to fix his position anywhere in the world. Fawcett's mission would be to survey and map the western Bolivian borders with Peru and Brazil. and his exploration, he was told, would be difficult and dangerous. But to Fawcett, all this sounded like a dream job. The romantic history of the Spanish and Portuguese conquests of South America and the mystery of its jungles pulled him in. Now his heart was pounding, even though there were complications.
There were my wife and son to consider, and another child on the way. But destiny intended me to go, so there could be no other answer.
Fawcett's destiny had been sealed from a very early age.
I think he was about 6 or 7, and the family was living on the Devon coast. He discovered some Roman remains in a cave near where they were living, and they excited him enormously. It made him the center of attention, and it caught his imagination. And I think that it was that single incident that put the spark there. And for the rest of his life, he was searching for treasure.
It was this thirst for adventure that made the Amazon job so irresistible.
There is something about the Amazon. It's the greatest of all rainforests. It's something like 3,500 miles across. And I think it's that mystery that somehow got to Fawcett, drew him out there and away from all he'd loved into a place of danger.
From 1906 to 1911, Fawcett made several difficult surveying expeditions into the Amazon jungle.
Fawcett was a person who had really extraordinary field skills, and it's important to realize that the kinds of work that he did do was not easy at all.
Not only did Fawcett have to deal with the hostile environment,
Disease fevers of one kind or another were everywhere. People were going down within days of starting work in these areas.
but to make it worse, Fawcett was surveying in an area crawling with dangerous locals.
He was in one of the most contentious parts of the Amazon, in one of the most inflammatory periods in Amazonian history.
There were very hostile tribes in the very areas he was going through. There were roaming gangs, people who threatened your lives, people who were killing people. All of this would, to many people, have made the assignment sound terrible, but of course, to Fawcett, it was just like throwing coal on the fire. He loved it.
But as the years passed by, something else was beckoning him. Fawcett was becoming hooked on exploring the Amazon jungle.
Deep down inside of me, a tiny voice was calling. At first, scarcely audible, it persisted until I could no longer ignore it. Inexplicably, amazingly, I knew I loved that hell. Its fiendish grasp had captured me.
Fawcett realized that the surveying work was holding him back, and by 1911 he had had enough and resigned.
Fawcett once said that he much preferred the company of savages to civilized boors. I think that says a lot about the man, that he was someone who was a maverick, who was an outsider, who wanted freedom, who sort of embraced the wilds somehow.
Fawcett's heart was in exploration, but what he needed now was a mission grand enough to satisfy his passion.
When he first went out and was surveying, he heard stories of an advanced civilization in Brazil.
He was on to the gossip, these stories that twirled around and swirled around these areas.
He didn't reject them, he rather accepted them. And it was those stories that led him piecing them together like a jigsaw puzzle.
I had by this time heard in several places vague traditions about the remains of the ancient civilizations, and my imagination was stirred by them to such an extent that the urge to investigate was becoming more and more insistent.
We knew that there were incredible civilizations in the highlands and in Mexico, so why would there not be, in the heart of Amazonia, some extraordinary civilization that people just hadn't gotten around to finding?
Then in the same year, Fawcett stopped surveying. The ancient Inca ruins of Machu Picchu were discovered in the Peruvian Andes by the US. It was the most important find in South America since the days of the Spanish conquest. This really fired Fawcett's belief. He became certain that there had to be something even more fabulous out there.
Machu Picchu's romantic discovery was recent news, but my objective dated much earlier than the Incas, and I felt it was to be sought farther east, in the wilds still unknown. All the great Indian tribes had traditions of a once great civilization to the east.
He was in an area which was at the confluence not just of the Inca civilizations, but also the confluence of Bolivian civilizations and these upper Amazonian civilizations. And those areas were talked about with a great deal of interest in the early exploration in the 1500s.
One story that obsessed Fawcett was the historical account of the Spanish conquistadors' Amazon expedition in 1541.
Fawcett was very familiar with the literature of the Amazon, and he must have been hugely struck by the earliest accounts from the 16th century. People like Francisco de Orellana, who was the man who first descended the Amazon and discovered it for Europe.
For 8 months, Orellana and his 57 conquistadors traveled downriver towards the sea searching for El Dorado, a kingdom of gold described by various Indian tribes as being a city deep inside the jungle.
And eventually, as they went down, they met large groups of people in villages. They went as far as finding roads heading to the interior. They heard that there were towns in the interior.
Orellana tells us that there were highly populated riverbanks. We're talking about communities perhaps of 20,000 strong. So this must have played on Fawcett's mind.
They recorded a different set of groups and different groups of people. Some were dressed, some were not. And they noted that they were in very large quantities.
Could this be what Fawcett was looking for? If so, where was this city? Fawcett then came across another intriguing record, housed in Rio's National Archives Library in Brazil.
One of the documents that we know particularly fascinated Fawcett was document 512.
This decaying historical account was known simply by the catalogue number 512 because it had no author. The name of the person who discovered the city had worn away, so Fawcett called him Francisco Raposo. Raposo was a Portuguese soldier of fortune who described how, after a long, troublesome journey incited by the insatiable greed of gold, he and his men came across a mountain path that had been cut by man rather than by nature. And when they reached the top, they saw a spellbinding vista, a huge deserted city. The man Fawcett dubbed Raposo had written,
"We went on into the strange city, and we came on a road of great length and a well-set-out plaza, and in the middle of the plaza, a column of black stone of extraordinary grandeur. We went with fear and trembling into some of the houses, and in none did we find vestiges of furniture or movable objects by which or whose use we might guess at the sort of people who had dwelt therein.
The city was deserted, but within it they found all manner of fantastic things, these large halls and columned buildings and broad boulevards. just like something you might find in ancient Greece, or imagine you'd find in ancient Greece, sitting there right in the middle of the jungle at a fork in the river.
We marveled that this place had been abandoned by those who had formerly inhabited it, for with all our careful investigations and great diligence, we had met no person in this wilderness who might tell us of this deplorable marvel of an abandoned city whose ruins, statues, and grandeur attested its former populousness, wealth, and its flourishing in the centuries past.
Fawcett was fascinated. Raposo had come across this vast lost city.
I've looked at it myself, and it conjures up images of a lost world, a sort of city of gold.
Although there was no mention in the document of the city's location, Fawcett now had further evidence of the existence of an ancient civilization deep inside the Amazon jungle. And he was also convinced that this was the same city that Oriana had seen 200 years earlier.
It was exactly what he was looking for. It was proof positive. This wasn't his imagination. This wasn't something he'd made up or that was just the myth story of native peoples. Here we had it in black and white.
Had Oriana and Raposo seen the lost city of El Dorado? Fawcett himself would never call it El Dorado. "I call it Zed for the sake of convenience," he wrote. Even though Fawcett had never seen this lost city, he was happy to describe what it would look like to his younger son, Brian.
The central place I call Zed, our main objective, is in a valley surmounted by lofty mountains. The valley is about 10 miles wide, and the city is on an eminence in the middle of it, approached by a barreled roadway of stone. I expect the ruins to be monolithic in character, more ancient than the oldest Egyptian discoveries. Judging by inscriptions found in many parts of Brazil, the inhabitants used an alphabetical writing allied to many ancient European and Asian scripts.
We don't really know an exact moment when Zed came into his mind. He had always believed that there were certain places in the world that were home to advanced civilizations.
Fawcett was also convinced of something else. He believed that the people who lived in these remote, hidden places possessed extraordinary abilities. In this, he had been influenced by his peculiar upbringing.
Fawcett had a very unusual background as an explorer. He wasn't someone whose father was someone who wanted to get to the South Pole or North Pole. Nothing obvious about him at all. Rather the opposite. He was from a strange background, you could say.
His aristocratic father spent the family's wealth and died of drink at the age of 45. And so it was to his mother the young Percy turned for inspiration.
His mother was very interested in spiritualism and had a very great influence on Fawcett, and it lasted all his life.
Fawcett's wife, Nina, was also interested in seances and astrology, and his elder brother, Edward, was a member of the Theosophy movement, a philosophical school formed by Helena Petrova Blavatsky to obtain hidden wisdom and enlightenment.
He was influenced particularly in the religious area. Among other things, Percy at one point went out to India to be with Helena Blavatsky.
Blavatsky's many followers included Gandhi, Thomas Edison, and Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. All this greatly inspired Fawcett's beliefs, especially Blavatsky's conviction that there were master priests capable of producing psychic messages to save mankind, and they lived in remote cities in such places as Tibet and South America. By September 1914, Fawcett was getting closer to locating his lost city of Zed, in his mind, a vast spiritual civilization. But before he could go, the First World War broke out. Fawcett found himself in the thick of it on the Western Front.
He fought some of the major battles and was very active, was mentioned in dispatches, was promoted in the field to colonel. I think that for several days he was actually a general.
By the end of the war, Fawcett had received 2 medals, the Distinguished Service Medal for Bravery and a gold medal from the Royal Geographical Society for his historic mapping of South America. But his obsession hadn't left him. On his return to England, Fawcett was more determined than ever to make his path to Z, as he called it, a reality. Fawcett told his young son, Brian,
"The answer to the enigma of ancient South America, and perhaps of the prehistoric world, may be found when those old cities are located and opened up to scientific research. That the cities exist, I know."
Gradually, piece by piece, clue by clue, Fawcett zeroed in on where Z had to be. Influences from his past, especially his mother and Helena Blavatsky, conversations with tribal peoples, archival records from Francisco de Orellana's 1541 expedition of seeing communities 20,000 strong, and Raposo's account of a spellbinding vista of a huge deserted city eventually pointed Fawcett to just one place. His lost city of Z lay alongside the Xingu River in an area of southwestern Brazil called the Mato Grosso. All he needed was the money to get there. But Fawcett was facing severe setbacks. Britain was exhausted after the war and experiencing a severe economic collapse.
To return again would take every penny I could find. I came out of the war convinced that as a world power, Britain was on the wane. Many thousands must have come through those 4 years of mud and blood with the same disillusionment.
Raising money for another Amazon expedition proved almost impossible.
His hopes were dashed very quickly. He had hoped that the Royal Geographical Society would provide the funds. He found that there wasn't money to come.
Money wasn't the only thing Fawcett had to contend with. Fawcett's professional colleagues began to question the importance and validity of his quest for a lost city called Z.
People were beginning to say, just a minute, you know. Some of these stories this fellow are telling are nonsense. This can't be right. It doesn't make sense. Do we really want to finance this stuff?
Many felt that the lost city of Z could not exist for environmental reasons. They argued that the soil of the Amazon was simply not productive enough to support a large society. Seething with frustration, Fawcett wrote,
"I cannot induce scientific men to accept the supposition that there are traces of an old civilization in the Amazon."
But eventually, help did come. Although the Royal Geographical Society couldn't pay for Fawcett's next expedition, they did support his application with the Brazilian government to secure some money. In 1920, Fawcett was back in the Amazon, searching for his El Dorado, the lost city of Z, with 2 male companions. But the expedition didn't go smoothly. Rains flooded their route and destroyed their equipment. Four weeks into their journey, their animals started to die. A starving dog had to be shot, and Fawcett killed one of their horses to put it out of its misery. The place became known as Dead Horse Camp. Then one of Fawcett's companions suffered a mental breakdown, and the other ran off to Rio to get married. Undeterred, Fawcett carried on alone.
He really was obsessed with finding this city. People were falling sick all around him, but somehow it didn't seem to affect him. He could go on and on and on.
All explorers are driven people. You've got to be driven. You've got to be someone who is able to hang on to your vision, whatever you come across. And yet, this is a man apart. He really was a fanatic.
Always driven by the hope of finding Zed, the hope that it was over the next hill, that there would be a new scrap of information that would lead him there.
Loneliness is not intolerable when enthusiasm for a quest fills the mind. The chief disadvantage seemed to be that were I to find anything of scientific or archaeological value, there would be no witnesses to support my word.
Soon, finding Zed became the least of Fawcett's worries.
The rainforest looks incredibly abundant. It looks like the perfect place to survive in. But the soils are thin. A lot of that food is right up in the tree canopy. Up there, the monkeys. Your greatest danger is starvation.
Starvation sounds almost unbelievable in forest country, and yet it is only too likely to happen.
And after 3 months alone in the jungle, exhausted, without food, and close to death, Fawcett abandoned his expedition. Back home in Devon, he would spend the next 2 years kicking his heels with frustration.
The last few years have been the most wretched and disillusioning of my life, full of anxieties. My wife and children have been sacrificed for it.
I think that his wife and children missed him enormously. Nina particularly was very sad and lonely with his long, long absences, and the children doted on him.
Of our 24 years of married life, only 10 have been spent together. Apart from 4 years in the Great War, I have spent 10 in the forest.
You have to feel for his wife, poor old Nina. Whenever he was back in Devon, he felt he wanted to exchange that love and that comfort that she could provide for the danger, for the mystery of the Amazon.
Who will ever understand that I want no glory from it, no money for myself, that I am doing it unpaid in the hope that its ultimate benefit to mankind will justify the years spent in the quest?
In desperation, Fawcett went to New York to find backers for his next expedition.
These kinds of expeditions were quite costly. So he had to be able to self-promote and to make this seem as the most important imaginable expedition out there at the time so that he could attract the funds, attract the attention.
And Fawcett did attract some attention. His promotional speeches convinced scientific institutions like the Museum of the American Indian and the American Geographical Society to support his journey with $1,000 each. But it wasn't nearly enough.
He gave a series of lectures, he went round to see big business. Fawcett was not a man to bring doubt into his conversation. He spoke very forcefully.
But he still couldn't raise the money and was forced to come up with a new plan.
Fawcett was quite a bit of a self-promoter. He constructed things as what we might call a kind of reality show, in which he would then be able to catapult himself into an icon of exploration.
Fawcett approached the National American Newspaper Alliance, whose members had a paper in almost every city in the country, with a novel idea. He would send runners back out of the jungle with minute-by-minute dispatches of their quest to find the lost city of Zed, so his readers would be able to follow and experience their journey as it happened. Captivated by his idea, the newspapers gave Fawcett a very lucrative deal. Similar deals were made with newspapers around the world, ensuring millions of readers. But most of the money would only be paid to Fawcett on the completion of their journey.
In some ways, I am rather glad that not one of the three of us makes a red cent unless the journey is successful, for nobody can say we were after the money in undertaking this rather perilous quest.
In 1924, Fawcett was back in Britain. As news of the planned expedition grew in excitement and support, the Royal Geographical Society agreed to pay for their equipment. Eventually, Fawcett managed to raise around $5,000, the very bare minimum, Fawcett believed, to get them through to Z.
I found enough to make it imperative to go again. With the right companions, the right organization, and knowledge of the right way to go in, it can be brought to a successful conclusion. And our story, when we return from the next expedition, may thrill the world.
But Fawcett was reluctant to give too much away to the press before they left.
I cannot say all I know, or even be precise as to the locality, for these things leak out, and there can be nothing so bitter to the pioneer as to find the crown of his work anticipated.
A traveller is someone who wanders along, perhaps just for the sheer hell of it, but an explorer has a dream, has a vision, and is determined not just to pull off that vision, but to bring back information, bring back evidence of whatever it is he or she has found.
After his disastrous last expedition, Fawcett carefully picked his travel companions this time. His son Jack, now 21, and as strong as a horse and as keen as mustard, wanted to go with him. With Jack was his lifelong friend, Raleigh Rimmel.
Fawcett knew what he was up against. He was hardened. He'd seen firsthand the forest. He'd lived there. But that wasn't the case for his two companions. Raleigh Rimmel in his 20s, his son Jack, again in his 20s, totally fresh, totally naive.
Fawcett warned them both of the risks.
It would be one of the most difficult and dangerous expeditions in the history of exploration, the ultimate test of faith, courage, and determination.
So here was a man who understood the importance of precision, and yet here also was a mystic, a man who was prepared to set off with two inexperienced companions into the blue, into a mapless state, and wander around somehow until he found his lost city.
He told his wife, he said, look, we're going to be away a long time. It could be a year. Don't be frightened. Don't expect to hear from us. We're going to go forward. We're going to find Z. We're going to have this enormous success.
In January 1925, Fawcett, Jack and Raleigh sailed from New York to Brazil, watched by the world's press.
It was a world-renowned expedition, and it was being followed very closely. By this time, they had been interviewed by all of the major newspapers. People were really excited that they were going off to find a lost civilization, and they believed they were going to do it. And so there was indeed a huge send-off. He was a major celebrity. Front page news.
The following month, they left Rio de Janeiro on their 1,000-mile journey by train and boat into the interior of Brazil. Their destination? The Mato Grosso's capital, Cuiabá. Fawcett called it their stepping-off point. On April the 20th, 1925, Fawcett, Jack and Raleigh put on their explorers' outfits and Stetson hats, grabbed their 30 caliber rifles and 18-inch machetes, and left for the jungle. Opinion was divided as to whether their expedition was sheer lunacy or not.
It's a little bit like Fitzcarraldo, where everyone thinks, oh, what a nut, getting a ship over a mountain and putting it on another tributary. But people were doing that all the time. So even though we might think it's the sign of total madness, in fact, at the time, it was a reasonable conjecture and a bold thing to try.
Their direction was towards the Mato Grosso's upper Xingu River system, a tributary of the Amazon where Fawcett believed the city of Zed would be.
The Mato Grosso is thick forest. Mato Grosso, that's what it means. And it is a devil of a place. That's the sort of phrase he would have used. A thick, nasty place. We're used to seeing a horizon. We're used to heading towards something. But in the forest, you see tree after tree after tree, and no more so than in the Mato Grosso.
Sticking to the deal made with the press, Fawcett used runners to keep the public informed of their progress.
As they went on each step of the journey, Fawcett would write a report, what they had seen, what they had experienced, and this chap would run back to civilization with it. They appeared in the American press, in the British press, in the Australian press, in quite a number of continental European papers.
Jack told his mother of meeting stark naked Indians, of never feeling so well on his 22nd birthday, and that it would take a couple of months to reach Zed, possibly on his daddy's 58th birthday. In fact, things were now becoming difficult for the explorers. In Fawcett's private letters to Nina, another story emerged. Along with descriptions of the difficulties of traveling, he revealed how Raleigh's foot had been poisoned by the insects.
I suspect constitutional weakness, and I fear that we shall be handicapped by him,
he wrote.
There was Raleigh's foot. It was painful, it was slowing them down.
Fawcett warned him that there would be no way out if it got any worse, but Raleigh refused to go back.
Raleigh felt that he'd come all this way. They were so close to the great treasure, he wasn't going to drop out at this stage no matter what.
They were also approaching an area where there were tribes known to be aggressive.
It was Fawcett's hope that he would be able, as he had in the past, to make friends quickly, to gain their confidence, and in fact, more than their confidence, to gain their generosity because they needed their food.
It is obviously dangerous to penetrate large hordes of Indians traditionally hostile, but I believe in our mission and its purpose. I believe our little party of 3 white men will make friends with them all.
On the 29th of May 1925, 39 days into their journey, they reached Dead Horse Camp, where Fawcett had passed through on his last expedition.
Fawcett sat alone. We know this because Jack also wrote and said that his father had sat alone and wrote to his beloved Nina back in Devon.
The attempt to write is fraught with much difficulty. Here we are at Dead Horse Camp, the spot where my horse died in 1920. Only his white bones remain. Jack is well and fit. Raleigh I am anxious about. He still has one leg in a bandage, but won't go back. So far we have plenty of food, but I am not sure how long this will last. It is very cold at night and fresh in the morning, but the insects and heat are out in full force come midday, and from then until evening, it is sheer misery in camp. I cannot hope to stand up on this journey better than Jack or Raleigh. My extra years tell, though I do my best to make up for it with enthusiasm. But I had to do this.
Despite all this, Fawcett remained upbeat and ended his letter with,
"You need have no fear of any failure."
The next day, Fawcett gave the guide Nina's letter and waved him goodbye. These were the last words to his wife. With just Jack and Raleigh as company, he headed out into uncharted territory. All over the world, people waited for news, wondering where they were. But there was nothing but silence.
And the tensions on the home front, of course, were just awful. Nina had this great faith in him. She did believe that all was well.
Even 2 years after Fawcett had vanished, Nina believed he was coming back.
Any day now may bring a cable from my husband announcing that he is safe and is returning with Jack and Raleigh.
To read her correspondence is heartbreaking. 10 years after he disappeared, she still believed that he would turn up any day, that he was still alive, probably at that point that he was living in Zed.
But the news she longed for never came. And despite the many search parties sent out to try and find them over the years, their bodies have never been found. "25 years later, in 1955, the New York Times declared that Fawcett's disappearance had set off more searches than those launched through the centuries to find the fabulous El Dorado. Were they killed by Indians, as most believe, or did they die of hunger, or was it something else?
I don't think he was killed by hostile Indians. I don't think he was bitten by a snake. I don't think he was swept away by floodwater. I don't think he's still living out there, an immortal, in some Shangri-La, some city of gold. I think one or other of them stumbled, fell, couldn't keep on going any longer because of disease. And then the others had a choice. Do we stay with this dying man, our companion, or do we head off and go for help? Well, there's no help available out there, and I'm afraid they probably all died together.
But no one really knows. They had vanished without trace. Did Percy Fawcett and his companions die in vain? Were all those doubters right? There was no great civilization in the jungle called El Dorado. Had he simply been deluded? In recent years, scientists have made a series of extraordinary discoveries. In the same area where Francisco de Orellana and his 57 conquistadors saw cities of 20,000 people in 1541, and just 100 miles west of Fawcett's last search for Zed, compelling evidence of past civilizations is now being unearthed.
He basically traversed one of the areas in which some of the most exciting discoveries in the Amazon basin are taking place.
Hidden in the jungle for several hundred years and only emerging now as trees are felled to create farmland is evidence of a vast network of ancient sites. These sites, seen from the air, show an extraordinary crisscrossed landscape with straight lines cutting across the savanna. Amongst the open plains, there are also thousands of isolated mounds or islands of rich forest linked by giant causeways. Recently, it was discovered in these forest islands there are clear signs of past human habitation. Fragments of food remains, pottery, cooking urns and human bones are now being uncovered on a massive scale. Here was evidence of a huge civilization. Archaeologists believe these sites and forest areas are part of an ancient civilization state that stretches over 160 square miles and was once home to hundreds of thousands of people.
It's important to remember that these cities were as large as Constantinople in the 1500s, or as large as London, which was one of the largest cities of the time. These great civilizations were complex. We know that they had complex religions, they had complex technologies, they were the great engineering societies of the time.
Could these be the remains of the great cities Francisco de Orellana and Raposo had described all those years ago? The ones that inspired Fawcett's quest to find his lost city of Zed? If so, why had they been swallowed up by the jungle? The answer is almost certain, that the people met the fate of all the other Indians who were killed by disease brought in by European explorers. With contact from the Spanish in the 16th century, swiftly over 95% of their population was wiped out, and their homes and cities disappeared with them. But how did these great civilizations exist at all if the most modern agricultural techniques can't seem to make the jungle productive today? How did these large communities of the past manage to do it? The answer may be in the discovery of the mounds of black earth, or terra preta, as the Brazilians call it. It is dotted over many areas of the Amazon jungle. When scientists analyzed this terra preta, they discovered that it contained a mixture of common Amazon yellow soil and organic waste. This meant that it was man-made.
What we understand from ethnographic and archaeological evidence is that these soils formed as a result of very simple activities of burning litter, rubbish, the relocating of bits of soil into other places, and discard of charcoal from pottery production, fish bone, and all the rest.
The extraordinary thing about this black soil is how productive it is. It produces incredibly high yields.
If communities, rather than just plant and harvest the yields that would come out of very poor soils, were able to modify soils, then larger populations could be had, larger villages could be had, and hence larger societies could be had.
It does seem incredible that where we now can't do anything with the soil, this ancient civilization had brought about an agricultural miracle.
Existence of these large populations was predicated on the use of terra preta. It increases productivity in the same way that irrigation increases productivity in dry lands, or terraces increase productivity on mountainous lands.
Terra preta is so remarkable that scientists are now working out how to reproduce it so it can be used all over the world.
I think that what we're going to see is that it's going to play a major role in enhancing the productivity of small and medium-scale agriculture, and also to provide livelihoods and sustenance for rural populations in much of the world.
So Percy Fawcett was onto something. There really was a society out there that may well have had a great treasure to share with us. But it wasn't gold. As he himself had once written,
"The answer to the enigma of ancient South America, and perhaps of the prehistoric world, may be found when those old cities are located and opened up to scientific research. That the cities exist, I know.